efforts in educating and sensitizing female voters at all levels, especially the non-literate women and first-time voters, on the electoral process and appropriate procedures for voting during the upcoming 2023 general elections. We need to mobilize funds to support female candidates seeking political office, build up the capacity of female candidates, and urge the National Assembly to ensure the passage of all women-related bills in the Parliament to guarantee a Nigeria fit for all. Long live Nigerian women, long live the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I thank you all for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Nigeria is for all. It is on this premise that I'd like to invite the Deputy Governor of Kaduna State, Her Excellency Hadiza Sibawa Balarabe. Please come up and address us. And I'm sure it's an exciting moment for us women. Thank you.
Very much, everyone. Your Excellency, Mr. Speaker, Right Honorable President, distinguished personalities here present, please permit me to stand on protocols as already established. I'm indeed honored to be in the midst of such gathering of eminent personalities. Let me start by paying tribute to the 9,000 representatives were displaying great interest and courage towards promoting women participation in political leadership in our national life. The exclusion of women and any segment of the society, I must say, because is as archaic as it is with progressing. I'm pleased to give this goodwill music, and I must say, with enthusiasm too, because of its significance to our democracy and national development. Inclusiveness and equitable participation of all in public life are essential to building and sustaining strong and vibrant democracies and economies, while paving the way for women to participate in political, economic, and civic spaces is an investment towards actualizing just, equitable, progressive, and peaceful society. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, any society that excludes women and girls is shortchanging itself and slowing the way. Because for me, what that would mean is that the contributions of men half of the population is excluded. I believe strongly that girls and women have the right to participate in decision making and every sphere of our national life. Some may wonder why it should matter if women become political leaders, take part in policy meetings, or even get involved in all aspects of the political process. Let me state here, distinguished men, that adequate knowledge is available that supports the fact that investing in girls and women creates a ripple effect that yields multiple benefits, not only for these women as individuals, but also for their families, community, and the country at large. The IMF supported this position in its policy paper titled Pursuing Women's Empowerment, published in 2018, when it asserted that when more women work, the economy grows. We are at a crucial junction in our nation's journey, and no segment of society should be left behind. I'm of the view that what we need as a country and at this time is a political transition, a time to break patterns of exclusion against girls and women and all disadvantaged groups in every sphere of life. We must make conscious effort at empowering women through increasing access to quality education, healthcare, economy, and other important life skills. The Kaduna State has already taken critical steps towards laying the foundation that promotes youth and women inclusion into governance and the economy. A significant number of women and youth have been given leadership opportunities in the state. Our state executive council has 40% women and a sizable number of young persons. Apart from appointing positions, the APC in Kaduna is encouraging women participation in seeking elected positions. In the recent local government elections last Saturday, we won some scholarship seats for females, although we have not had the elections in all the local government. So far, we have two. We also have two female vice chairmanship positions. Participation of women in the political arena at the grassroots is a significant step that should be supported across party lines. For us in Kaduna, this is a good and encouraging start, and we will continue to sustain this positive trajectory. It is important that as women, we should identify the political parties whose structure and ideology recognize women as equal partners and which provide a level playing field for all. Women and men are entitled to equal civil and political rights as enshrined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, and other international commitments. I want to state here, and in very strong terms, that I stand with the aspirations of the Committee on Women Affairs and Social Development of the 9th House of Representatives, and I extend my commendation to the leadership and all members for creating this platform that will provide the avenue for robust discussion on the barriers and enablers of gender inclusion in our national level. May the thoughtful celebration outcomes for progressive action. Let me conclude with the work of the former UN Secretary General Kofi Annan, and who noted that there is no tool for development more effective than the empowerment of women. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I'd like to pitch on the fact that to emphasize that political parties should ensure that there's a level playing ground for our women. Let's put our hands together for that. I want to recognize all the he for she that are with us today. So please, we'll ask the men to be seated. Well, and applaud them, women here, because they're the brave ones who recognizes that 50-50 for all by 2023 is an imperative. So let's recognize all the he for she. That is not loud enough. It's going to be a level playing ground. Wow. We're moving on, we are creating a path that will make it and will have more inclusion in both appointed and elected office. At this point, let's put our hands together. For a man who believes that what men do, women do also, and just sometimes do better. But we'll continue to support him. Please welcome with me the Right Honorable Paving Speaker, House of Representatives, Federal Republic of Nigeria. Let's keep that applause on, please.
Members of the National Assembly, particularly my House and the Chairman of Women Affairs, the Deputy Governor of Kaduna State, Honorable Minister, because of my leaders here, Kiruga and Kemi Lake, sorry, a great advocate for women participation in politics. The Honorable Speaker of Bauchi, Speaker of all the state speakers, members of the diplomatic corps, allow me at this point to stand on the protocol as established. I'm going to be very careful with my speech this morning, so that I don't be exploited by a mischievous press. Let me say good morning and thank you all for joining us at this event, which is aptly titled the Paving the Path Forum on Strengthening Women's Participation in Political Leadership in Nigeria. We chose to call it Paving the Path because that is exactly what we have gathered here to do, to start paving the path towards ensuring that our society is more equal, that our women and girls can play their rightful role in decision-making in any level of political leadership they aspire to in our country, and that they can do so without the fear of violence, intimidation, or discrimination on the basis of their gender. We're here to pave the path for a more equal, safer, and more inclusive Nigeria where women can optimally and effectively contribute their own quota to leadership at every level in this great nation. We're paving the path to create a more inclusive Nigeria, the Nigeria of our dreams. This is the second event this week where I have been asked to speak about women's participation in politics and political leadership in our country. While the exigencies of GT made it impossible for me to attend the first event on Tuesday, September 14th, being the Nigeria Men's Conference on Gender-Sensitive Constitutional Reform, organized under the able leadership of Mrs. Paula Italian, the Honorable Minister of Women's Affairs and Social Development. I was determined to be here today to demonstrate my personal commitment and that of my colleagues at the 9th House of Representatives to creating a just and more equal society, where all men and girls can aspire to become anything and anyone they choose to become in Nigeria. This is what truly makes a nation great. And the greatness of this country will remain stifled and stunted until we jointly pave the path for women, as we have gathered here to do today. It may be a journey of 1,000 miles, but I am delighted and honored to be a part of these critical first steps that we are taking together here today. Like I said, it's the only reason why I'm here at this time. It's not a very auspicious time because as it is now, the House is waiting. We're supposed to be sitting, but sitting is in abeyance, so to speak, until I conclude here today. That's the importance of this dialogue. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in communities across the country, Nigerian women have excelled in commerce and industry, academia, and the professional class, to say the least. Unfortunately, this excellence has not had ample space to manifest in politics, political organizations, and nor in the numbers of women who hold and exercise political authority in Nigeria's 3 levels of government. It follows, therefore, that this is not a woman's problem, it is a Nigerian problem. It's a problem of a system of culture and religion, of law and political practice, that together hinder political opportunities for women, discouraging political participation and excluding important voices from the critical conversations about our nation's good and its future. It is time to challenge and change all of the above. The theme of this year's International Women's Day was Choose to Challenge. Ladies and gentlemen, that's exactly why this forum was created. We choose not just to challenge the status quo, but to change it. It's a call to duty that summons us to take action to dismantle those obstacles of law and convention, of culture and expectation that disadvantage women and deny them full participation in our national life. We must do this not out of charity or magnanimity. We do it because the evidence abounds that our country is less than it can be. Our highest aspirations are out of reach and will stay there until the arenas of political power in our country accurately reflect the incredible contributions that women make to every facet of our society. Our gathering here today is a recognition of 2 realities. Not enough women are participating actively in the political life of our country, and we are poorer for it. Secondly, this situation will not change on its own accord. It is up to us to understand why things are as they are, identify strategies to construct a different paradigm and implement these strategies with vigor, skill, and utmost dedication. Our future depends on it. Much of the organizing activities around increasing women's participation in political leadership need to be targeted at the political party structures because it is there that the bulk of the work of increasing women's political participation has to be done. I urge you all to identify the many ways we can choose to challenge and change and emerge with an action plan that we all can implement to make this happen, to make this change happen holistically, practically, and sustainably. For us to have, for many of you who may be aware, there are constitutional amendments that are afoot right now. Amendments that are far-reaching. We have thought outside the box to try and force, for one of the better word, the participation of women. There are two critical amendments in the Constitution that we have set forward. And it's not going to be easy because of the obstacles that I mentioned earlier. It's like I've always said, power is not served a la carte. You have to grab it. And we are well in the process of grabbing it. But the women amongst us who wish to run for political office, I salute you and I support you. Please rise to this ambition with courage, passion, and wisdom. Join a party, preferably the best party, which is the All Progressive Congress of Nigeria. And when you do, arrange mass registrations in your communities and the places you live. Organize the people you register into a caucus within your local party. And through that caucus, you'll be able to make demands, negotiate concessions, and influence outcomes. Remember, politics is the steady boring of hand hard goals, and there is no easy way to achieve political power. I've often wondered, does it defy common sense? And this is speaking to the women now, where statistics, almost to science, has proven that the ratio of men to women in Nigeria, as in any other society, is skewed in terms of numbers towards women. And I've often wondered why women feel like participate in politics, especially elected offices, often times end up at the short end of the stick or lose the election, despite evidence. When you count the numbers, 67% of the elected are women. One would have thought that just by sheer numbers, and that's what politics is all about, and interest. Just by sheer numbers, any woman contest against it, I will be worried still. If the women might that way. But we don't want to reduce politics to, oh, because she's a woman, I must vote for her. But it's an advantage. And I remember Hillary Clinton in those days where she said, I don't want to be voted for because I'm a woman. I want to be voted for despite the fact that I'm a woman. So that's where we want to go. But that number is also very important to put at the back of our minds. So it's for you to harness those numbers, bring those numbers together and convince them that this is the right way to go. As I close, let me say that I am truly honored to be here today and delighted that my team has been a key part of organizing this event under the able leadership of the Chair Committee on Women's Affairs and Social Development, Otumba Adeomi Onoruga. Congratulations and very well done to you all. I thank all our local and international partners who have contributed in different ways to the success of this event, especially the members of the donors, key political partners group, whom we interact with from time to time. I gave you a commitment that gender will be at the center.
Recording in progress.
And by what you see here today, not only being kept, but I assure you there is more to come. We are committed, and together we shall prevail. Ladies and gentlemen, the 9,000 representatives are committed to using the tools of legislative authority to achieve the vision of a more equal society where gender is not a hindrance to ambition, but a condition for holding political office. I also want to assure you that as a political leader in my constituency, in my state, and in my party, I will continue to advocate for women and champion the inclusion of women in the places where they need to be, but too often are not. I congratulate the chair and members of the House Committee on Women Affairs and Social Development and the team and my Policy Innovation and Monitoring Unit who provided the technical coordination and support for this program. This is an impressive start to what I understand is a wider program to drive the necessary reforms for foster holistic and meaningful change. I rest assured of my commitment, my continued commitment and support. And to many speakers, our panelists here today, thank you all for coming. And I wish you fruitful and impactful deliberations. Remember, power is not served a la carte. So let's go grab it. Thank you.
Well, thank you. With your support, I'm sure we will grab and with the class of that inclusive governance that will push development in Nigeria. Just appreciate him, he spoke truth to power, he spoke truth to reality, but in the end gave the encouragement for full female participation in our political arena. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. We'll move on now straight to the other item from the program, which is goodwill messages. And we have the goodwill messages from friends and of course from partners. And having this, starting off with the goodwill messages, I'd like to call on a sister and a friend. Devoted, and that's what we've done. At some point, I will let you know a relationship that I cherish about women being there for women. And at this point, I'd like to bring on NLOB, Country Director of Action in Nigeria, one of the partners who put this together. May I please request for a hand sanitizer to be permanently put on this table? And also request that we wear our masks permanently, please, while we're here, to ensure that you're wearing your mask appropriately.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, may I stand on the existing protocol? I want to congratulate the Speaker of the House of Representatives for this very, very honorable and very humble gathering this morning. This is not the first time. I remember the Speaker a few days, more or less few days after his inauguration, we called for a breakfast meeting and we honored us with Auntie Kiri and your whole team, and you brought a team of members of the House of Representatives. We're very, very grateful that you are again championing this cause. We want to, the issue of advancing women in politics and leadership in Nigeria, which will align with the aspirations of the country's national gender policy on affirmative action, on women's political participation and leadership, of which women's rights movement in Nigeria have been clamoring for its achievement over the years. I remember the promise of the president of this country, President Muhammadu Buhari, who made an election promise of 40% representation for women. In 2018, I remember that meeting, and we are still holding the president account to his promise. A promise is a promise. In elected positions, we can understand there are not enough women. But when you have appointed positions, where we are having heads of agencies, we are having board committees all over the country, and women are still not seen, it is by not honoring that. And we are recalling and also asking the president, to come back to terms with the promise. A promise is a promise to Nigerian women. And so that we can understand. So in balancing that, like our father, the speaker, has said, power is not set, but by what we say and the commitment we need to be able to live up to it. You can see here this morning that the only, in 36 states of the country, the only deputy governor is for Kaduna State, and she's here with us this morning. We appreciate you. Over there. Sorry. Okay, four deputy governors, but the only deputy governor with us this morning, I know it started, and so, pardon my use of data, but 4 out of 36 is a long cry. It looks like the political parties, even when you are having a presidential candidate, they don't find a vice president who is a woman. While it can be argued that Nigeria has made progress, opening the spaces for women's political participation, we know that the progress is incredibly slow, and we can jumpstart it. So the time truly to move the needle is overdue, and as we can no longer be waiting for tokenism and kind of tokenistic opportunities, which is alluded in the speech of the speaker as well, that women, it is not a charity, indeed. This convening and conversation, therefore, is the right time to answer the critical question of how to shift the needle and open the space for women to participate and contribute to nation building through democratic and electoral spaces. The office of the Speaker and the House Committee on Women is their place to drive the agenda with the kind of minister that we also have. At this moment, the right time to move this needle is now and towards the 2023 general election. So as political actors and organizers, we within the women's rights movement will not agonize, but organize. We'll organize, ourselves and collectively, and strategically by working with allies towards opening the spaces for women meaningful participation. If we want to see the real change in Nigeria, in the lives of citizens in Nigeria, we believe the starting point is women's leadership. Nigerian women have a long history of political participation in Nigeria. And so we stand and remember Fumilayo Ransome Kuti, Gambo Sawaba, Margaret Eko, the lives of Professor Jadeshola Akonde, or so many women who have been in the struggle. So we stand in solidarity today, and we call for women unity as well. We are not only calling on the speaker, but the unity of women must be now. The collective unity is now. We must stand as sisters. As for Actually Nigeria, we are committed to this struggle. We are committed to ensuring gender equality is achieved. And a demonstration of this is evidence in how open spaces are being, explored. The number of women who are in leadership positions across all the lines would be the evidence. Actually, currently is chairing the civil society situation group, and that's another space for engagement and holding government to account, and also holding duty bearers to account. And all of these spaces we're talking about, we want to walk the talk. We said, arise, O compatriot. Women are in the compatriot, and we are arising. We want to be part and parcel of this cause. I want to make this call again. I know that the speaker said, power is not self-regulated. We need to create the enabling environment for women's political participation. The quota system is real, as was done in Rwanda. And so we are asking the Honorable Speaker to please ensure the quota system, to correct the imbalance of the representation in our political life. And this representation in our political right, lives as well. We are looking at the Federal Character Commission. It was created to balance the representation of our population. And so we can use the same principle to correct the imbalance. So create more seats for women. Influence the political parties to ensure gender parity. We stand and we remember. We remember the women about women riots. Every woman here today, if you are not standing on their behalf, we are the younger generation of them. We are the generation. We stand to remember those women who were killed, and we stand to remember Hawa Shakaru. We stand to remember our girls who are still being held in the bush, those who are kidnapped and raped, those who are carrying children as rape victims. We thank the donor agencies for standing by us, and we continue to work together. And we can continue on. Now,
that's who we are. That's how we move. At this point, while the flag is on, I'd like to invite Her Excellency the British High Commissioner to the microphone. Fiona Alam, if you have the mic next. And thank you, Polo. Thank you for the support. And thank you for being the woman there.
Thank you very much. I've been asked to keep this really short tonight. It's such a pleasure to be here today. Honourable Speaker, Honourable Minister of Women's Affairs, please allow me to stand on existing protocol. So we've heard the challenge, I don't need to repeat it. Nigeria, the giant in Africa, is the most when it comes to women in politics, and it shouldn't be like that. Why is it? I opened Twitter today, I saw Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala on the front cover of the Time magazine, and one of the most 100 most influential people in the world. Amina Mohammed, you have the most impressive women leaders, and they're out there doing stuff. They need to be here in Nigeria. So what we want 2023 to be genuinely different. And this election really matters. It matters for Nigeria, it matters for Africa, it matters for the world. So Nigeria, the positive news is it's remained on a democratic journey, but it needs to do better. And women's participation in these elections is going to be crucial. So third and final point, what do we need? We need those for she's, and I'm so excited to hear the speaker. As he said, he promised me he would put gender at the centre of his agenda, and he's lived up to that promise. So I really respect him, and I want him to continue to inspire the other he for she's. Secondly, we need political parties to really play their part. Every single political aspirant I speak to, I say, the person who will win the next election is the person who's brave enough to move. The female leading candidate on the ticket, it will be transformational. We need women to register to vote, and the speaker made a great case for that, and of course to stand. And I really pay tribute to the lector. I met this morning the team from the lector doing such a fantastic job actually mobilising finance, which is so crucial. And then the final point, because of these cultural practices, religion, the law actually is fundamental. It has to change. So my single ask, the things that need to happen: 1 Senate seat for women per state, 2 House seats for women per state. The constitutional reform package has gone through the House, but not yet the Senate. If we achieve that, the law changes, things will change. Global evidence shows that it has to. That's all from me. Thank you very much.
Ngozi, go and get baking soap.
Things happen. It is about the capacity of women and what women can do
Hurry up.
for development. We have our own former president of Liberia, Her Excellency Ellen Sirleaf Johnson, who today is also represented by an able woman. She has been president of Kosovo, and she's here today representing Her Excellency, former president of Liberia. Please welcome with me Atukate Yadada, former president of Kosovo.
Ngozi.
Good morning, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Members of the National Assembly, Honorable Minister of Talent, Honorable Members of Diplomatic Corps, members of the Development Partners, representatives of the political parties, representatives of the civil society, all protocol respected. Thank you very much for being with us here today, and thank you for the opportunity to provide you with some insight about the work we, the International Cyber Working Group, have been doing for these days. First of all, allow me to let, on behalf of the IWG and the National Democratic Institute, to express our deepest gratitude for your warm welcome and active engagement during our mission to Nigeria. Former President of Liberia, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, and former President of Malawi, Joyce Banda, could, due to the professional and private issues, unfortunately not join us during this visit. But rest assured, that you can count on their support in the future, as we are very well aware of the importance of the constitutional reform your country is going through. The constitutional review and amendments that Nigeria is currently dealing with are of the vital part of democracy, and we are here to support you during this crucial undertaking, which will ultimately set a new direction for the future of Nigerians. During these days, we have held a lot of meetings during which we discussed and offered our council and several stakeholders, political parties, state leaders, and civil society members who support increasing the role of the women in the policy and political decision-making process within your country. We have spoken about the challenges in the process and the alternative ways to overcome those. We are truly inspired by your strong will to push for those challenges, and we have witnessed an incredible commitment and dedication to turn this political will into the reality. When you passed House Bill 1301, the House of Representatives, Nigeria will make an important step towards change, and we hope to see the remaining 7 bills promoted by the second group being taken into consideration during the third constitutional changes process also. My dear friends, Nigeria is on the right track. You are making history by creating a constitution that takes into account the rights and freedoms of women and that enhances their political representation and leadership as the key ingredients for more just and for more equal society. By increasing the role of the women in the decision-making process, you can help empower them both economically and socially, and turn them into the active change makers. We know women are the backbone of every society, and they are the agents of change. We see this across the globe. When women are involved economically and politically, societies are more stable. Involving women at all levels of the government will make all the necessary difference. And we are very happy to see also that male politicians and leaders in Nigeria, as gatekeepers of the political support within parties, supporting and promoting women's political participation and leadership. Nigeria's constitution was approved in 1999, a year which coincides with the end of the war in my own country of Kosovo. And after a long period of international administration and supervision, my country of Kosovo has approved this constitution some months after we declared our independence. By developing a constitution whose foundations are solemnly built on the principles of freedom, peace, democracy, equality, respect for human rights and freedoms, and the rule of law, non-discrimination. We make sure that gender equality and women's participation in politics are recognized by our highest law. Changing the constitution to pave the way for increased women political participation and leadership is the first step towards a long and demanding process. New legislation will have to be developed to ensure gender equality becomes a cross-cutting theme in the public policy. Nigeria will also need to build the necessary institutional capacities to push for the implementation of such legislation. And you will need to motivate more women to increase their rights and become active political stakeholders. So my dear friend, let me also assure you that SAGIM and the National Democratic Institute will support you during those processes. As friends of Nigeria, allow me to wish you good health and good luck in this important endeavor. We will stand by your side during this historic term, which will not only determine the future of women of Nigeria, but also the future of your own people. So, from a person that has been approximately in the same shoes 22 years ago, I can assure you that you are in the right path. 22 years ago, nobody believed that Kosovo would have a woman president, and nobody would definitely imagine that would have 2 women in the role as the presidents of my country. So it's possible. All the best.
Thank you very much for that encouragement. It is possible. So Nigerian women, is it possible? Are we on the path? The yes is so weak. Nigerian women, are we on the right path? Thank you. And we believe in inclusivity. We will continue to rely on the he or she that we have that are supporting the women in every strata of human development. Our next speaker for a global message is my brother, former Minister, Ministry of Budget and National Planning, currently Director General, National Institute for Democratic Legislative and Democratic Studies. Well, please welcome him. I'm sure he has something, one vision, that every woman aspiring to run political office will learn from.
Great Nigerian women. Great Nigerian women. Great Nigerian women.
This one is bad.
We are older, we know how this thing happens. I put on a family to get their sweat up in Nigeria. Go, go, go. It will be beautiful. You want to do shakara, but you don't know how to do cleanliness to help the shakara. All the things of is catching, but follow the process is a problem. Go and get me my earpiece.
Our country, Nigeria, is signatory to various international treaties and conventions, all of which are aimed at addressing gender balance and promoting women's participation in politics. The national gender policy also recommends 35% affirmative action for women in all governance processes, especially elective and appointive positions. But despite several capacity building activities, advocacy and campaign, as well as intervention by domestic and international actors, the position of Nigerian women in governance processes has not really changed. This is very, very alarming, very disturbing, and very worrisome, considering the population of Nigerian women in this country. Legal and statutory framework to compare compliance are not fully in place, and all actions appear discretionary. The data on the number of women who occupy elected positions and those that are occupying other high selected positions does not portray our country Nigeria in a good light. Yet, as the UNDP clearly states, gender equality and women empowerment are not only human rights, they are also imperative for achieving inclusive, equitable, and sustainable development in any country. It is time to move beyond rhetoric. It is time to move beyond speeches. It is time for us to take action, and that action was now.
It is equally important that we begin to institutionalize gender mainstream in all government processes. There are several ways we can go about this, and global lessons are bound, including the experience of Rwanda and Senegal. Legislative actions and policy reform should ensure that government officials are held accountable for promoting gender equality. Similarly, public sector reform should equally promote the use of recruitment quotas and introduce gender equity concern in performance measurements. At all the level of MPs and the National Assembly, gender should be mainstream into the budget processes. This can be properly monitored to ensure that budgetary provisions on gender issues are supported by releases, not just provisions in paper. Where resources warrant the establishment of commission to defend women's interests has been found to be useful in some countries, and we can replicate the same thing in this country. Our National Institute for Legislative and Democratic Studies, in collaboration with its partners, has consistently designed and implemented programs and activities to strengthen women's representation. The Institute conducted the first gender audit of the National Assembly in the year 2012-2013 and developed the gender training manual for the Nigerian legislature. We have also conducted capacity building activities for women candidates, female legislatures, and other democratic institutions, such as political parties on various aspects of women's representation. We have also received approval from our governing council, headed by the Right Honorable Speaker and the Senate President, to launch a democracy radio to sensitize Nigerians on gender issues and democratic related issues. We goal to continue to collaborate with other stakeholders to further deliver on this goal and to support gender-based lawmaking at the national and the state levels. I wish to commend the Committee on Women Affairs, headed by my sister, Honorable Adewumi Leluga, the Office of the Speaker, and indeed all partners that have collaborated to provide this platform. Special appreciation to all resource persons, panelists, and participants for making our time to participate in this program. Our institute is ever ready to support, and we shall do everything possible with the approval of the Government Council to support anything that will get Nigerian women to have the equal shares as their male counterparts in this country. Thank you very much.
Very much. We'll continue in line with the encouragement and also the fact that it is very, 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 very much that women should be there for women, and partnership has been so emphasized. And it is on the strength of partnership that I invite the next speaker, who needs a very loud round of applause from all of us, the country representative of UN Women to Nigeria and the ECOWAS Comfort Act.
Speaker of the House of Representatives, Right Honorable Paving, the Honorable Minister of Women's Affairs, Lincoln Talon. Please, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, permit me to stand on already established protocol. Let me start by saying that as UN Women, we're very delighted to be collaborating on this important meeting. And maybe I will start by highlighting 3 key facts. The first of which is that gender equality and women's participation in decision-making is very key and integral to our ability to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals in Nigeria. The second fact is that since 1995, when the first Beijing conference was held, 26 years ago, we have seen that globally, the representation of women has doubled to 25%. It's still under the 30% minimum that was established then. But in Nigeria, the picture is different. We've seen a regression of women's representation in politics. And the third fact I'd like to highlight is that everyone suffers when women are underrepresented in politics. And we also know that from global evidence. When women are in public life, issues that they bring to the table include advocacy for greater resources for social policies, environmental policies, health, education, ending violence against women, and so on. This benefits everyone. As we discuss our strategies going forward towards 2023 and beyond, at today's meeting, maybe I want to also highlight a number of initiatives which I believe are already underway and which will greatly help this process. The first, again, deriving from global best practices, is that women's political leadership can best be attained and sustained through legislation. We can't rely on the goodwill of male political leaders to make that happen. It has to be legislated, and we've seen that across the world. And that's why, as UN Women, we align ourselves to the advocacy calls for women's representation through affirmative action with the Constitution, with the ongoing constitutional review process, and also believe that passing laws such as the Gender and Equal Opportunities Bill will address barriers that hinder women's participation. The second initiative that I'd like to highlight stems from a process that started in 2018 when, as UN Women and a few partners, we supported women who were drawn from all across different political parties to come up with what they termed as the Nigerian Women Charter of Demands. And that charter had a specific ask of at least 15% of political party budgets to be devoted to addressing some of the barriers that prevent women from making progress within political parties. I believe that this is an important intervention that should be supported. They call for the creation of an organ within the party to monitor and evaluate implications of party policy and practice for men and women, strengthening the position of the women leaders in the political party, and supporting female political aspirants so that they can run for office. The third point I think we need to all continue to support is the participation of young women in politics, because they are the ones who are going to drive this agenda going forward. The Not Too Young to Run law definitely contributed to increasing youth political representation, but only 13% of that increase were women. And none of these young women won any seats in the national and state houses of assembly. So it's very important that we continue to invest in young women's participation. And here I want to acknowledge the efforts of the Women in Politics Forum, because they've been working with us to run what is called the Young Women Political Academy. To date, we've trained women in Benue, Cross River, and Kogi State, young women to actually join political parties and support them from the ground up. We're also happy to be working with INEC to support registration of as many young women as possible in the ongoing registration process. And finally, I think there is need as we move towards 2023 to continue to collaborate and coordinate our efforts so that we can ensure that each of our individual interventions builds on each other. And the Women's Political Participation Partners Working Group, which has been established by different partners working in this area which we've got to continue to build on to facilitate that coordination and coordinated action. So on that note, I want to reiterate UN's continued support and commitment to support this agenda as we have been doing, and in partnership with governments like Canada to date. And we look forward to a very successful outcome in 2023. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The women are on the move this morning. The first person that spoke to me is a young lady, a young aspirant from Plateau State. Can we please just celebrate all the women aspiring? I know that my sister, Senator Lujiri, governor of Ekiti State, comes soon, by God's grace. Where is she? She's still here. All right, she's left us, and several others. I pray that our sisters who are in the House of Assembly, House of Representatives, will also return or go further as we look forward to 2023. We need partners, and our partners are also out with us, making it very, very public that they are supporting the initiative of more women in governance. Our next partner to address us is the Acting High Commissioner of Canada in Nigeria, Nicholas Simmer.
Your Excellencies, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Ministers, Senators, and elected representatives, distinguished guests, allow me to stand on existing protocol. Good morning, everyone. I'm delighted to be here with you today to help launch this forum on women's political participation and leadership. Canada is pleased to be supporting such an important and timely event. As you probably are aware, and as we heard this morning, the level of women's political representation in Nigeria is strikingly low. In fact, it is among the lowest in the world. The reasons why are well documented, from gender norms that lead women and girls to believe that they don't belong in politics, to discrimination in party structures and financial barriers, to the threat of violence and hate speech on the campaign trail, offline and online. The list goes on and on. Deeply rooted gender inequalities have also impeded legislation that can help address these barriers, such as quota systems that have been effective elsewhere in Africa. The barriers are indeed high, but female politicians in Nigeria, and many of whom are with us today in this room, continue to prove that these barriers are surmountable, especially when supported by the tireless efforts of women's rights organizations that have helped pave the path towards a more full and equitable participation of women in public life. And let's not forget the critical role that men need to play to unlock greater progress. This includes challenging those who claim politics as man's turf and defending the truth that a stronger role for women in politics means a stronger Nigeria. In this respect, I would like to thank the Honorable Speaker of the House of Representatives for his leadership in bringing us all here today and for prioritizing this issue in his agenda as Nigeria moves towards the elections in 2023, where we definitely hope to see much more women elected and in positions of authority. I wish everyone very fruitful discussions over the next 2 days. Thank you very much for your attention.
Politics is the way to go. I think we have a consensus of opinion here that sets the pace for what we are doing here today. I'd like to call on the chair Conference of Speakers of the State Legislature, and so a Speaker of the House of Assembly in Bauchi State, but most importantly, a he or she. Welcome with me, Honorable Abubakar Suleiman.
Thank you very much. All protocols duly and respectfully observed. It gives me immense pleasure to deliver my goodwill message at this August gathering. On behalf of the Conference of Speakers of State Legislatures of Nigeria, I express our appreciation to the organizers of this event for the invitation to participate. May I start by assuring you that at the state level, we shall take advantage of our constitutional mandate to facilitate effective accomplishment of the noble goals of this event, that is, build an inclusive society that provides an enabling environment for women to successfully participate in political leadership in Nigeria. As lawmakers, we believe that one of the effective ways to accomplish this noble objective is through the instrumentality of the Constitution, of legislation, and an alteration of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And to that effect, we acknowledge the commitment of the National Assembly, particularly the House of Representatives, for initiating a bill titled "A Bill for an Act to Alter the Provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999, to create additional special seats for women in federal and state houses of unrelated matters." Just 2 days ago, we made a commitment in a similar event organized by the Federal Ministry of Women Affairs. And we like to restate that commitment, that the same here, that is, if the bill is passed by the National Assembly and its resolution transmitted to the State House of Assembly, I want to assure you that the Conference of Speakers shall sensitize our colleagues at the state level on the importance and consequently, I'm confident that we shall record more than the required two-thirds majority of ratification in favor of the proposal. This is because of our belief in the fact that paving the way for women, for more women participation, not only in politics, but other arenas like business, etc., is an investment worth venturing. I would like, on behalf of my colleagues, express appreciation to the organizers, especially my sister, the Chairhouse Committee on Women Affairs and Social Development, for coming on this very important event. I thank you very well for your attention, and I wish you a fruitful celebration. I would also like to conclude by saying, democracy without more women is no democracy in Nigeria.
That's where we're going together. A good one. But, and we can't get it done without the ballot box. So INEC, that is the Independent National Electoral Commission, is an imperative of this process. And this being here sitting with us, we kept it one of the best for the last, because it's important that INEC is also part of this process. And it is in that spirit that I'd like to invite the representative of the chair of INEC, Dr. Adekunle Ugumola, who is the National Commissioner himself. Please, let's welcome him. Welcome. You need to speak to transport. We'll talk about this. Yeah. Thank you, sir. Right.
Step is difficult to. We live in a camera.
Your Excellency, this Honorable Speaker of the House of Representatives, Your Excellencies here present, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please permit me to stand on the existing protocol. I'm here to deliver the goodwill message from my chairman, Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, who nominated to this occasion for further engagements. He has asked me to represent him here and present his goodwill message. I was introduced as the chair of Outreach and Partnership Committee, and that committee is in charge of gender issues and inclusivity. So, the chair is the number one, he or she in the commission, and now the number two. On behalf of the Independent National Electoral Commission, I'm pleased to present this goodwill message on this important occasion of kickstarting a two-day intergenerational consultative and strategic dialogue titled Paving Program, Strengthening Women's Participation in Political Leadership in Nigeria, Past, Present, and Future. I want to start by appreciating the chairperson of the House Committee on Women Affairs and Social Development, Otumba Adeyemi, our team and partners for organizing this dialogue at this auspicious time as we prepare for the 2023 general election. INEC is proud to associate with this dialogue on how to pave the path for more women to seek and serve successfully in public office in Nigeria, because it is the way to go. The question to ask, however, at this point is why in 2021, more than a century on from the initial struggle, we are still talking about women participation in the electoral process. But I think to further interrogate the barriers and open more space for women's active and visible participation, it is my belief that this dialogue will address the issue. Ladies and gentlemen, we are meeting today on the cusp of another period in Nigeria, in Nigeria's political and democratic process. A mere glance at the daily headlines is enough to recognize the criticality of this period. The 2023 general election is around the corner. Our common objective is to try as much as possible to ensure that women have a better voice in elections and a greater voice in the governance of this nation. After all, these are rights enshrined in a multitude of instruments to which Nigeria is a signatory. In ratifying these various international agreements, the federal government of Nigeria has implied a promise to achieve the standards they proclaim. The base of gender equality in democracy cannot be overemphasized. Evidence abounds that inclusive democracy fosters development. Countries with fair representation of women in power record enviable socio-economic growth and development. It is therefore in our collective best interest as electoral stakeholders to eliminate gender barriers and pave way for fair representation of women in the electoral process. Our representative is a democracy when women, who are 40% of the population, occupy less than 5% of the political offices in the country. Nigeria, despite its considerable natural resources and wealth, continues to face significant challenges in engaging the full potential of women to build a stronger, healthier, wealthier and politically unified nation. Nigeria has been recording low participation of women in both elective and appointed positions. This is a growing concern to many Nigerians. As of 2019, the very low. Sorry, I've tried to remove part of the message to avoid repetition because a lot of speakers have made allusion to this low representation. So I don't want to repeat figures again. Going by the above statistics, therefore, a lot still needs to be done by all stakeholders to ensure that the situation improves. With more women in parliament, issues that affect women and other marginalized groups will be taken care of. There's a need to encourage and ensure that women register and obtain their permanent voters cards to make it possible for them to vote and be voted for. As an election management body, INEC has within its constitutional mandate remain committed to providing a level playing field for the political participation of all stakeholders in the electoral process. The Commission will continue to engage with political stakeholders at various levels to secure support to incorporate gender issues into the electoral process in Nigeria. Also, both at the institutional reform level and interaction with stakeholders in the electoral process, the issue of gender equality and access has remained prominent in the Commission's engagement. Indicators of these are the Commission's endorsement of the framework for implementation of at least 35% affirmative action as well as that on women's political advancement and representation in democratic governance in Nigeria. The 2023 general election will be the seventh general election in a row since Nigeria's return to democracy in 1999. This is the longest period of unbroken democracy since we gained independence. It was decades ago. Lessons learned from previous elections and new innovations deployed will enhance the credibility of the 2023 election. The planning and processes of the 2023 general election by INEC started immediately after the 2019 general election. We sustained consultations and engagement with key stakeholders. The expansion of voter access to polling units, which led to the creation of additional polling units, with an increase from 119,974 to 176,846, is a development that will impact positively on the electoral process. The Commission's efforts in mainstreaming gender in its activities has seen one, the elevation of the gender division to a gender and inclusivity department. As a department, it is better positioned to drive the process of the Commission's strategic intervention in opening the political and electoral space for the participation of women. The creation of the new Department for Gender and Inclusivity is an evidence of INEC's commitment to the implementation of its policies on issues related to women and other marginalized groups, and ensuring the mainstreaming of these groups in the electoral process. 2, the launch of the continuous voter registration. Encouraging and ensuring that women register and obtain their PVCs. Women and other marginalized groups are key participants in the continuous voter registration, as the process is inclusive and user-friendly. More so, with the deepening of technology in the electoral process by the introduction of INEC voter enrollment device, IVED, and online registration of voters, which will encourage more women to pre-register from the comfort of their homes before concluding at the INEC local government area offices. We expect that more women will so register. 3, the introduction of the bimodal voter authentication system, BVAS, which during the elections, which
we will reduce the turnaround time of voters, thereby encouraging more women to participate. From all this, we hope that more women will be encouraged to be active participants in the electoral process. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as stakeholders, we share the responsibility to build a gender-balanced democracy for Nigeria of today and the future. I thank you for listening, and I wish you a rewarding day.
I have the one I have is but they use the finger.
Thank you very much. And thank you, INEC, for being deliberate and intentional to ensure participation of women. Please, women, register to vote. Can we please again appreciate INEC for being deliberate concern for women voters.
No, this one is
We handed the last speaker now this belt of good messaging as I invite who's been pre-recorded, the Secretary General International Parliamentary Union IPU, Martin
You need to
Chung.
return one to me.
Can we please
So that I
say
can
that
charge
he's
you.
pre-recorded this?
Yes.
While we're waiting for that to come on, again, I'd like to applaud women in politics, women that have been through it all, are elected and are doing us so well. Can we please appreciate them? I'd like to appreciate all the women organizations that are here. I'd like to appreciate also my constituency media, to be able to amplify this today. I can see told they are very excited. I'm still waiting for technology to come to light.
Sorry, they need to repeat.
I'd like to appreciate all the women organizations that are here represented and are here, particularly the young ones. I can see women aspire someplace. Yes, you're here. And right, all of the organizations that I cannot mention by name, but thank you for being here. And together, we'll not only walk the talk, but we'll ensure that our women are fully represented.
Who is it?
We're still waiting for technology to come alive. Thank you for your patience.
We need to know which video, That's what I didn't know.
Let me say that the call will come to life very, very soon. Not implying that we've not been alive.
She didn't give us
but I know that when our keynote speaker takes the microphone, here is the way it is. Bring life back and bring hope for which all of us, okay?
Stop sharing it first.
Thank you. Are we on?
Yes, it is.
Boys, sign out. Sure. Sure. No.
parity and equal representation in our parliaments. Belgium. It will have been exactly 100 years since a woman took place in a Belgian parliament. Her name was Senator Marie Janson, and she was a trailblazer for women everywhere. In the years that followed, we made many improvements. Women got the right to vote, the right to hold public office, and we have even managed to come close to an actual gender parity and equal representation in our parliaments. The Belgian government today has an equal number of women and men, and for the first time in the history of my country, both the Senate and the House of Representatives have a female president. It is remarkable how far we have come in such a short time, and it is even more remarkable which results these developments brought about. Belgium currently holds the 4th place worldwide when it comes to gender equality. This means girls and women get opportunities. They are not held back by their gender.
I am very pleased to address you at the opening of this important event. Honorable Speaker of the House of Representatives, Honorable Chairperson of the House Committee on Women's Affairs and Social Development, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I am very pleased to address you at the opening of this important event on Paving the Path, Forum on Women's Participation and Political Leadership in Nigeria, Past, Present and Future. The Interparliamentary Union is glad to support the National Assembly and other partners in convening this forum. Equal participation of women and men in decision making is at the core of a genuine democracy. It is a precondition for good governance
event spectators. And I think this event is yet another strategic effort to change the narrative. It is very important that we change the narrative for better. I therefore applaud the organizers and collaborators for this. This keynote speech and thematic focus aligns with several efforts by the public and private sector at national and international level to ensure a balanced and equitable society where women political participation is seen to have been attained. Women participation in politics and representation in power in Nigeria's national democracy has consistently been marred by underrepresentation and voicelessness, and we must discuss and find lasting solution to this problem. We are all aware of what happened on May 29, 1999, when Nigeria completed its transition program that enthroned democracy and ended decades of military dictatorship. And that transition started, we moved from transition after 1999 election to transformation in the political terrain. And military rule and militarization of state, we've argued, did not create an enabling environment. So some of us have also argued that, of course, Nigeria has come of age as a nation. And after 100 years since the 1914 amalgamation that was Northern and Southern Protectorate into an entity called Nigeria, women's struggle also dates back to the colonial era. Although often relegated to the nationalist movement, but we know the role women play. And where we are now in the post-independent Nigerian state is where women want to have their shot at power and decision making. Despite suggestions that colonial rule undermines women's status in Nigeria and elsewhere in Africa, I take the view that we cannot blame the colonialists for all our rules, especially when you consider, for example, in the case of Nigeria, that roughly 46 years was spent under colonial rule and over 60 years, is it 61 this year, post-colonial rule, and yet not much in women's status post-independent that really calls for euphoria. The inevitable question therefore becomes, what have we done to right the wrongs and improve the status of women in the post-colonial and modern state of Nigeria? How did women choose to challenge the myriad of barriers that undermine their human rights, including the fundamental right to participate in the government of their country? What accounts for the gross underrepresentation of women in politics and governance in general? Is the problem with the political structure or our system and the ingrained conceptualized dichotomy of public and private spaces? It is time, some would argue, a uniquely Nigerian problem or factor, especially when you look at how others are faring in other parts of Africa. What we need, arguably, is to undertake a stock-taking of women's struggle, the journey so far, the progress that has been made, milestones recorded, if any, towards realization of women's rights, and the barricades that continue to shift the goalposts in the women's struggle for inclusion in power and decision making. And to answer these questions effectively, we require a clear understanding of where we are coming from, where we are, and where we want to be. And this will necessitate a review of the status of women, the legal and the policy frameworks for women participation, institutional mechanisms for promoting gender equality and women's empowerment, barrier and prospective paths for gender mainstreaming in political leadership. And of course, I kind of already set my stopwatch and I will use exactly the time given. So what I'm doing, actually, I have a paper that's well articulated and put these issues in perspective, but I have to quickly move on to underscore a few important parts. And when we are talking about history of women's rights movement, I think it's also a history that runs parallel to the history and development of Nigeria. And the women's movement is also deeply rooted in women's organization in different parts of the country.
And when we are looking at women's participation in political leadership and the turbulent past through it, I think I will summarize it by saying that where the power is, women are not. Over the past 22 years, Nigeria has enjoyed, to the glory of God, unbroken democratic governance. This has been a period of increased awareness also of fundamental rights and increased citizens' participation in the governance and electoral process. It is, however, regrettable that in 6 electoral cycles, the representation of women in political office has been on decline. Given the groundswell and campaign for popular participation by women in general election, the poor performance is very troubling. We have the National Gender Policy in 2006, which provides for 35% affirmative action for women at all levels. And the constitution of some political parties talks about also women representation. But the realities are similar.
And you come and face the presentation.
The current National Assembly is only about 3.38%, which is a drop from 5.60% in 2015-2019 election cycle. Likewise, the percentage of women elected in the state houses of assembly is at about 2.49%, dropping from 3.70% in the 2015 to 2019 election period. This is far below what is obtainable from across the world. For instance, in Rwanda, women represent 51% in the national parliament, 42.7% in Senegal, and 42% in South Africa. Data of women who contested the 2019 general election revealed that out of 2,790 female contestants in the election, only 6, now I think 7, got elected into the Senate, 14 in the House of Representatives, 43 into the state houses of assembly, 1 in the FCT, and 4 as deputy governors. 2 more females got into Senate post-election through the election tribunal declaration, thereby increasing the number to 8. Currently is now about 69 elected females in both legislative, legislative and executive arms when you put them together, including the deputy governors. In this my paper, I have a diagram that just tabulated 1999, 2003, 2007, 2011, and 15. So you can see the retrogression, and it's significant, and it calls for action, for even further study, because this doesn't happen. Let's say maybe a country has been involved, or have after some kind of natural disaster or something that eliminated women. We haven't seen a decline when the political and the global climate favor greater women's representation. For example, I kind of articulated how they decline, but so I won't go too much into that. But just to say that although women are still grossly represented in politics and governance in Nigeria, what is more disturbing is the regression that was witnessed between 2015, 2019, and today, after the 2019 election. And when we think of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, especially Goal 5, which target gender equality and women's empowerment and leaving no one behind, and talking about inclusion, you wonder what has happened. We're not talking about problems today, and we know where we stand with regard to global gender gap report. We know what the environment is like and why the environment is tough or not enabling for women. We know about the problem of lack of credible election, which has also worsened the chances of women running and winning elections. And I'm not going to dwell on that. And I want to spend, because they say I have 5 minutes and I've spent 8 minutes, 30 seconds, in the next 6-7 minutes, to focus on paving the path and women's prospects in future elections. Having done the above analysis of previous elections, the vital question becomes, how will women fare in future elections? Women's performance in upcoming general elections will depend on a number of variables, some of which are challenges facing the polity in organizing a credible election. This is not just a question for women,
but one which the Nigerian Independent National Electoral Commission, political parties, other stakeholders are grappling with. However, for women, this question has assumed a larger than life image, given their continuing marginalization in power structures and power sharing mechanisms. Before now, political parties have taken action, different action at party level to improve women's participation, including the issue of waiver of nomination and expression of interest form, which some of us have seen as a double-edged sword, but actually intended to promote that have also undermined female legitimacy in the quest for power. You know, when we look at all the other measures, I think for me as a lawyer, I come to the conclusion that the answer is in legislative intervention, not in a policy. We have the gender policy, and for 15 years later, it has not had the desired impact. Evidence has shown that other countries that succeeded in bridging the gender gap in political leadership and governance did so through constitutional and legal reforms. For far too long, especially following the Beijing conference and the Beijing Declaration on a Platform of Action, women have clamored for greater increase. We know that the Global Gender Gap Report 2020, published by the World Economic Forum, ranked Nigeria 146th out of the 153 countries benchmarked concerning women's political empowerment, which focuses on women's representation in elective and appointed posts. Pathetically, Nigeria surpassed only 7 countries, and we don't want to be in that league. 7 countries of Belize, Brunei, Lebanon, Oman, Yemen, Papua New Guinea, and Pakistan. Disturbingly, Nigeria came last among 34 African countries that were assessed. And the giant of Africa. Is this a good scorecard?
Can you move that in?
Definitely not. Gender equality, including the equal participation of women and men in all aspects of public life, is something that the United Nations, ECOWAS, African Union have all been in forefront of. And their national average, as I said now, is like 6.7%. It's not good. You look at the global average, 22.5%. African regional average is not even bad, 23.5%, and you see where Nigeria is. So as we urge government to take measures to redress women underrepresentation in power, we commend the National Assembly for recent bills being considered to that effect. Of significance is the proposed bill for an additional seat titled Electoral Reform, Gender Equity. The House bill proposed by Honorable Nkiru Onyejocha, who is the Deputy Chief Whip of the House of Assembly, and she's here sitting. This bill is for an act to alter the provision of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to provide for specific seats for women in the national state houses of assembly and for related matters. And I'm sure the Honorable and Deputy Chief Whip is here to speak more about that. There are also corresponding bills from the House of Representatives and Senate on affirmative action in favor of women. This has now been harmonized into House Bill 1301, an act to alter the Constitution of the Federal Republic to create additional seats for women in the federal and state legislative houses and for related matters. There is also the bill, Gender and Equal Opportunity Bill, which is being reconsidered by the Senate. The bill seeks to enable effect to be given to certain provisions of the United Nations Convention on Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women and the African Charter's Protocol on the Rights of Women in Africa, otherwise called the Maputo Protocol. The GOP in sections 4 and 5 provide for the adoption of temporary special measures, which is called affirmative action, and to eliminate discrimination in political and public life. My conclusion in the next 2 minutes, political arrangement in Nigeria has significantly excluded female legitimacy. From the 1999 election to date, we have seen only a marginal increase in the number of female representatives in elective and appointed positions. The increasingly abandonment rate of political projects of women aspirants and the high outright failure rate of political campaign projects by women are now a recurrent features of politics in Nigeria. In the same vein, we are aware of the fact that women are disadvantaged in terms of knowledge, skills, and control of physical resources, which invariably influence political arrangements and policies. In other words, those who aspire to power must have access to, control of, and a share of necessary knowledge, skills, physical resources to guarantee their inclusion in leadership positions. This state of affairs has prompted concerned actors and speakers to conclude that where the power is, women are not. There have been persistent call in Nigeria for affirmative action. And in assessing, in my conclusion, assessing the women's prospect for future election and beyond, it is pertinent to perform a quick reality check and consider the opportunities and threats to enhancing women's representation in power. I believe this is part of what the meeting is about. Women must work in consent and leverage the political climate to promote increased participation of women in elective and appointed positions. The global climate is helping in no small measure to mount pressure, especially for Nigeria to conduct a credible election, which ties closely to popular participation in the electioneering process. So I think the Nigerian political parties, they failed to play a pivotal role expected of them in facilitating political advancement of women. How do we hold political parties accountable to their female members and female electorate? Men must understand that progress for women is progress for men, and for the family and the nation too. As women, we need to work together with our male counterparts to surmount some of the identified barricades in women's political participation in running and winning elections. Bearing in mind that a democracy that is not engendered is indeed in danger, and we cannot have a democracy being told this morning without women. The indigenization policy, voting registration exercise, all of these are things we need to work on. In order to enhance women political participation, I encourage Nigerian women to harness the existing opportunities discussed in this paper and beware of the aforementioned threats and work in consent to overcome the roadblocks. There are many roadblocks. It is pertinent to observe that there is no legal enablement to promote women enhanced political participation. The framework we have is a policy, and what we need is a law. Therefore, those interested in promoting women's participation must first work to ensure that affirmative action is entrenched by law. The time is now. Pave that path now. It is women's human right to participate in the government of their country. It's all about inclusion and social justice. And I rest my case. Thank you so much.
You have to do that video now. Close everything.
Thank you.
Close every other thing. We are going back to presentation now.
I will promise that you will light up the world, and you have done just that. Shall we please accord that?
This video.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can you save only that video?
A delight, as always, a promise for hope, as always, just what we need to push this agenda
No, to
forward.
save that video.
So still on, I did promise that we would like to take the message of the Secretary General Inter-Parliamentary Union IPU. I'm sure that, are you ready now, please? Is the technical team ready?
Yes.
If you want to get that ready, may I, at this moment, call for a little relaxation. Just give yourself maybe like a minute.
We are waiting for the video.
It's called somebody who does it very well. John, are you moving out? John, please come and energize us for 1 minute. Yes.
Give me the flash. Give me the flash. Give me the flash now. Give me the flash now. Yes. Yeah, you playing the video.
Videos.
You share your audio. Increase the volume. Try your video on thing. You got checking. Then I'll give me time. Yeah. Technical issues, right? Or I'm having issues. I'll take my time. Speak from here. Is it playing? Please go to the audio and see the audios that you activated.
We need to continue. May I please ask spoken word young lady, Ruth?
Yes, yes.
Mahogany, please can you join me?
No, down. Yes.
While we settle down, maybe after lunch we can now
What's the name of that video?
pre-record it.
What's the name of the video now? You know the name of the video? What's the name of this video? It's not conference on women's political.
The best steps into the books you read their libraries.
I can
The
solve this
first
problem.
response
You
is
can't
to let out a
change
cry. And isn't that political? Ask me how and I'll tell you that as a matter of fact, text is where decision making and negotiation becomes an art. And the only way a child goes to negotiate for attention and survival is to cry out loud. This is when will test as a parent for a new toy, or a parent promises a gift in exchange for good behavior. I mean, our basic survival instincts require politics as adults, having prices with a market woman for basic commodities, signing negotiations with bosses before we take on new duties. Little administrative responsibilities are needed to keep up with the needs of basic amenities. Even our choices and principles are like decision-making strategies and policies. You probably never thought of these, but I like to call these micro-politics. Every single thing. On a macro level, it should be different. Everyone should participate in politics through representation in the system, but somehow our challenges, stereotypes and biases kick in. For example, statistics are revealing that women make up half of our country's population. When it comes to politics, we are lacking representation. Less than 10% of us in the Nigerian Senate and in the House of Reps, less than 5%. The question I ask is, you women competition remain the rest issues. Who in our champion issues? I mean, who is more likely to push for policies on child health and maternal mortality, even if childbirth is an economic activity, or how any of you future members of our labor force come into the society. Not to keep to summarize a woman's cry for change as just another woman writing. Like a woman, we are not able intelligent enough to know what we should be wanting. But let us see. Let us stare objectively at reality. It's not just about us presently. If nothing is done when our future daughters are born, we will begin to live in a society where they have no say in decision making. This is a reminder of where our sin must not die. One should not sit down quietly with half a wine. For the one years what he shows is not shy. This is a message to the bold the things that our aim cannot reach high. It's a shout of praise for the women who have previously sacrificed. It's a reminder to stay at the journey behind many days. How far we have come is motivation for how far we can go. Before decades ago, when women had no right to vote, when the kitchen was the only place all our contributions were shown. This is a call to our mothers and daughters to find the strength to trudge further, to take our spaces, use our energy, use our voices. For the future of our country is a function of our present choices. Can't we see that really matter intelligence has nothing to do with gender? That we will need to work together, all hands on deck. Everyone's intellectual and physical hands are needed to stay in shape order. This thing that our country is spend on 2 minutes but requires 4. The embedded within women is the potential to be much more. I see in Nigeria where women politicians are not the rare species, where despite the field, children and maternal
priority now. Priority to get that video.
Transportation,
I can do this when I'm less busy. Don't let
our mothers and daughters will enter offices on the basis of their excellent results and contributions and all their program solutions. We will put on our thinking caps and find ways to bridge this gap, to reach that destination. I hope that place is not too far. And I say, we are not power. Gracefully adorn yourself with confidence is your superpower. Learn, grow, do not lose your fire. These obstacles on the road should open fire and know you're not perfect. So it's not comments, talk at you, know that you shouldn't get bounced off that water off the dog's feathers. When it comes to being you, does it better. And here we go. I know you know your body so well. You can stop the space right in the dark from here with you. You are the one because a hero girl. See, justice makes you forget you're thinking about it. Self-doubt is a distraction to your mind. The chaos is not in their own, literally stolen whilst you are a woman, human, you are deserving. The moment you let yourself extend those very thank you.
Loud round of applause for those inspiring words. This event is still in session. Ladies, can I please ask that we all settle down? This event is still in session. Next on the agenda quickly, I hope technical team, the video
Honorable
presentation.
Speaker of the House of Representatives,
The wave of hand.
Honorable
Right, is the pre-recorded presentation ready for the overview session?
Ask that guy.
Okay, I'd like now to call on the Deputy Chief House of Representatives, Honorable Mr. Yourself, who will be speaking on challenges in politics and overview. We have to can I please ask our ushers to bring in the participants to plenary the session.
You give him.
Please, can I have all the participants in the hall and be seated, please? Plenary is in session.
About Speaker of House of Representatives who signed onto this bill. And of course, urgent necessity, he would release his technical unit to partner with the Women Affairs Committee. And so, as we move on, we continue to thank Right Honorable Femi Gbajabiamila for giving us the platform to push this bill. And having said this, it is my pleasure and privilege to welcome you all to this consultative dialogue with its laudable theme, which aims at highlighting strategies to enhance the involvement of Nigerian women in political leadership. And of course, we are looking at the challenges of women in politics, the overview. It's difficult to begin to talk on any paper after Professor George has spoken. So, because of that, I will adopt every line that our professor had submitted this morning, and I'll take it as mine and as the speaker's own. And of course, you have speaker loud and clear. And having said this, we all know that gender imbalance has been the bane of our country's political structure and application. With about 3/4 of parliamentary seats still being held by men, it is clear the women's involvement in key leadership positions in Nigerian politics is at this very, very low. Women's political participation has decreased in the parliament of Nigeria. Yes, in other countries, it's increasing. After Beijing conference, it has increased. But here, it continues to decrease from 2015. And we cannot shy away from these challenges that all the conversation have agreed to this particular challenge that we have. For me, I call it structural. We have a bad structure that has not enabled the women to participate. We have the cultural, and of course, the institutional. You know about this propaganda about women and the promotion of gender bias policy. They will always do things that will not enable a woman to raise hands, talk less, walking. We have inadequate finance. You have people who are qualified. You have lawyers. You have people who have been maybe ministers of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. You have 3 ministers of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. When it comes to political election, elected positions, enough funds. The politicians, the so I think, political parties are not giving you a chance. And bring one strong man to contest that particular position. So, and training and mentoring. We don't have enough people because we don't mentor and train them enough. So, challenging. That the women committee is taking today that I believe that we provide solutions. People are going to learn in this because until next year, and you will not it will be service. But I believe that today, as we are talking about the challenges, we are going to and those solutions are working to move. Government being a strong proponent of the ideals of women equality. Based on my experience, I can confidently attest to the fact that you also can help in the quest to actively participate in equality. And I've seen people who are trying that you can because I can and I'm making it and I also do it. I therefore expect you to go strong, keep the faith, your contribution to Nigeria's towards ensuring the eradication of gender bias and to the achievement of our dream. I applaud the committee on women organizing this event. The committee division and monitoring for their technical support and assistance. I appreciate the and the national legislative and democratic levels, including United States Agency for International Development, USAID, the UN Women, our own comfort, and of course, all the other development partners to get the particular project of making sure women participation in politics is level. Now, I end by saying that we, our organization, including the men that are he or she, the truth, I borrowed the word of the Speaker of House of Assembly. He said, without women, there's no democracy. And we have been talking, organizing conferences. We have to utilize the opportunity that the INEC has provided to us all. You can't be a member of House of Reps from Abuja. You cannot represent your people from United States of America. If you go to embassies today, you see a lot of young girls looking for visas to travel out. Some get these visas and they go outside the shores of this country and they stay there and they'll be using social platforms to be talking about political process in their own country. You're missing the link. You're not getting it right. Stay here, go home, organize people to register, to become participants. Because the truth is, if you do not, even when this bill is passed and you are given an opportunity to contest, you go home to people who do not know who you are. That's the truth. So the right thing to do is for us to go back to our constituencies, to our villages, to our wards, and register to be members, to at least to be eligible to vote and to be voted for. Like the speakers, my speaker right on the table, what Abila said, when you have these people that are your people that you facilitated them from by registering them or enabling them to register or supporting them to register, they become your structure. And so when you get that platform to contest, they will vote for you. But if you don't start from that level, that's why you have 2,000 and something women, and most of them will not even get up to 1,000 because the people do not know them. So as we are winding up from this conference, let us mobilize, go home, start from the registration. And after the registration, in Nigeria today, there is no independent candidate. Find a political party that will be able to work with. And when you work with political parties and you put enough on their table, during the course of selection, they will also recommend you. And so this is the way to go. This is what we have to do. We have to include ourselves in the process of participation. And generally speaking, and in conclusion, finally, we will not be able to make anything apart from legislation. For me, the 7 keys to achieving participation of women in politics in Nigeria, number 1 is legislation, number 2 is legislation, number 3 is legislation, number 4 is legislation, number 5 is legislation, number 6 is legislation, number 7 is legislation. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you. Legislation, legislation, legislation. Another round of applause for her. It's been consistent.
Can you send the sound out now?
Good one. Good
Send the
one.
sound out. Let me hear it outside.
Right. We're still at the plenary.
I'm very pleased to address you at the opening of this important event. on paving the path forum.
So can I pause it now? Are we ready?
On women's participation in political leadership in Nigeria, past, present, and future. The Interparliamentary Union is glad to support the National Assembly and other partners in convening this forum.
It's because of this. I mean,
Equal participation of women and men in decision making is at the core of a genuine democracy. It is a precondition for good governance, sustainable development, and peace. Where more women are included in political processes, policies that benefit the whole of society are developed and implemented.
Is there already none?
The event that begins today is another milestone in the National Assembly's path towards promoting an inclusive, representative, and therefore democratic parliament. In 2020, on the occasion of the virtual high-level conference on strengthening women's and youth participation in the National Assembly of Nigeria, that was convened by the IBU, the National Assembly and Senior Committee, I was heartened to witness strong commitment from leaders within the National Assembly and beyond to strengthen the participation of women and youth in Nigeria's parliament. Now is the time to move from words to action. At a time of pandemic, consensus building is crucial so we can build for more resilient and more equal through more inclusive governance. And the ongoing constitutional review process provides the much needed momentum to reach this objective. Over the past months, the IBU has been pleased to continue to provide technical support to the National Assembly and share existing good practices from across the globe in the area of women's political participation. You will be hearing later today about some of those good practices. I hope these experiences will prove useful in building a solid base for the necessary change in Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, progress is possible, but it won't happen alone. Spheres of power have been well documented for too long, so it takes true leadership to change the future. IQ data is very clear. Strong institutional measures are key to open up politics to women. In 2020, parliaments that applied gender quotas elected nearly 12% more women to their lower houses than those that did not have such quotas. Two countries to have recently achieved gender parity in their parliaments, Mexico and United Arab Emirates, have done so thanks to mandatory gender quotas. In both countries, this move was part of an overall national agenda to advance gender equality across the world. From a regional perspective, over the past 25 years, Africa has moved from 10% to 25% women in youth. Nigeria can and should lead the way. I am therefore happy to see that the National Assembly is taking collaborative steps nationally and internationally to achieve this objective. Rest assured that you can always count on the Interparliamentary Union to support the National Assembly's efforts in making the parliamentary institution more inclusive. I wish you all a successful forum, and I look forward to constructive and action-oriented outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It is doable, and we can really get there. Another message. Are you ready, Jackie?
Yes.
Please, can we have the next presentation?
This year,
Did you stop it?
They just reduce the.
Try again.
indeed, it will have been.
Thank you. Well, they're trying to sort that out. If Ms. Bella Ann in this serious,
It will have been exactly 100 years since women took place in the Belgian Parliament. Her name was Senator Marie Janson, and she was a trailblazer for women everywhere. In the years that followed, we made many improvements. Women got the right to vote, the right to hold public office, and we have even managed to come close to actual gender parity and equal representation in our parliaments. The Belgian government today has an equal number of women and men, and for the first time in the history of my country, both the Senate and the House of Representatives have a female president. It is remarkable how far we have come in such a short time, and it is even more remarkable which results these developments brought about. Belgium currently holds the 4th place worldwide when it comes to gender equality. This means girls and women get opportunities. They are not held back by their gender. They can be and become whoever they want. And it's a success. Studies have proven time and again that having women and men equally represented in positions of power brings about the best results from company, for government, or indeed for parliament. I have seen firsthand that women in parliament bring something unique to the table.
Yes, anybody has questions?
Think of girls' opportunities to go to school or to college. Think of the experiences of women when they go to work and feel they are discriminated against. The best ambassadors of change and progress for these girls and women have been, are, and will remain women. This is why it is only logical that we decided 30 years ago and recommend to parliaments across the world to implement certain gender quota. Because change does not come from one day to another. Those in power, I'm afraid to say, tend to hold on to it. So we need to keep advocating for change. We need to use our voices, women and men alike, to demand progress. Marie Janson, the first woman ever to enter a Belgian parliament, was not elected. Women were not eligible to be elected then, but we took a leap forward, and then we took another leap for more women, and then another one, and another one, and another one. And it has worked, because every step towards more gender equality is a step worth taking. I wish you fruitful debates. Let's take another leap forward.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. It's been a long morning, but I'm going to echo our last speaker who said, let's take another step forward and move right on to our first panel for the day. My name is Bella Ann Lubisi. I am the Cultural Affairs Specialist at the U.S. Embassy in Abuja. I am very delighted that we're jumping into the next segment of the program. We have a couple pre-recorded speakers before we jump into the panel. So I'm going to invite our technical friends up there to run the first video. The video presentation of the current state of women's political representation. If we have that ready, please.
Nigeria a multi-ethnic, culturally diverse, and resource-rich nation. 7 billion.
I'm not sure whether that video, you don't share me that video. Just see the video. Also,
largest population in the world, the largest economy in Africa, key regional player in West Africa, accounting for about half of the region's population, with approximately 202 million people. Despite all of this, the country continues to face massive developmental challenges. 40% of Nigerians live below the poverty line with high maternal mortality rates and dilapidated health facilities, rising unemployment, regional inequality, social and political unrest. But why, you may ask? Well, this is what happens when our political structure is not reflective of society. How can we make progressive and inclusive policies when over half of the population are excluded from political leadership and critical decision making? Only 37 seats out of 636 have been occupied by women in the Senate since 1999. Of all the 10,160 seats since 1999 at the Federal House of Representatives, only 112 have been occupied by women. And in the State House of Assembly, only 236 seats out of 5,940 have been occupied by women since 1999. Since transition into democracy, Nigeria has never had a female president, a female vice president, nor an elected governor. How competent she is, never. The woman who never knows. Women are weak and sentimental to rule a nation. Prostitute. It is possible to manage to scare her with violence so she drops down the race. Marry you if you are going to marry why are you not supporting me? Why are most of the critical party meetings in the middle of the night? He molested me, but I have been warned to say nothing about it if I want the party support. All the party delegates are men. We do not support gender quotas. They are discriminatory. I want to run for office. Where do I start? The full and equitable participation of women in public life is essential to building a sustaining, strong, vibrant democracy. When women hold leadership positions, they propose structural reforms that have distributed gender, address structural inequality, and provide social safety nets. Over the past decade, in the face of the deadliest health pandemic, women have shown competence, class, and action, prioritizing human-centric decision-making to protect the lives of citizens and, in effect, protect the economy. From 2014, President Ellen Johnson, the first democratically elected female president in Africa, led a very fragile post-COVID Liberia out of the deadly Ebola outbreak, mobilizing international collaboration and prompt responses. At the peak of the COVID-19 pandemic, Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern of New Zealand, Sanna Marin of Finland, Chancellor Angela Merkel of Germany, and a host of other women leaders across the world all displayed empathetic and transformational leadership. When you see a competent woman, encourage her to work. When you see a woman run, open up spaces for her. Provide her a level playing field. Judge her not on the basis of her gender, but her competence. Enable her with the required human, social, financial, and technological capital. And when she finally wins, celebrate her, hold her accountable, document her struggle, and treat her equally. Equality cannot wait. Increased women's political representation is not a sentimental want. It is a need, one instrumental to the socio-economic survival of our dear nation, Nigeria. It is as our country start looking at the people it represents, as there is no democracy without equal participation.
Allow us
Well said, Elector. There is no democracy without equal participation. And now we're going to take the next video.
Yeah, please. It's not this. It's not this. It's not this. Yeah.
Good afternoon. I'm going to present the IPU report on strengthening women's political representation in Nigerian politics, the case for institutional changes. Let me tell you that apart from being a professor of political science at Stockholm University, I also work as an international advisor on the empowerment of women in politics. And I've been working for UN, for IPU and other international organizations on missions in Bhutan, in Kenya, in Sierra Leone, in Egypt, etc. I would also like to say that preparing before I have a great interest read the many excellent papers on women in Nigerian politics written by Nigerian scholars and NGOs and human rights activists. So the approach of this report is I'm asking three questions and trying to answer them. First, what is the goal? Are we going for more women in politics, or 30% critical mass, or parity? Secondly, what is the diagnosis? Why are women so underrepresented in Nigerian politics? And thirdly, what are the strategies which can be used to change and remedy this situation? And in this report, I also used experience from other countries, especially countries which are having a first past the post electoral systems, just like the Nigerian ones. Next, please.
No, not us, not us. No, leave it.
First slide, please.
It's not us, it's our team that is not.
So let's first look at the top of the world rank order in terms of women's political representation in parliament. We talk about lower chamber or center chamber here. As you can see at the top, the world average today is 25.8% women in the world, all the world's parliament. And this is, of course, an increase, or a slow increase. In the 90s, it was only about 10%. So today it's about 25%. But it also indicates that 75% of all the members of parliament are still men. You probably know that number one in the world is Rwanda, then comes Cuba, Nicaragua, New Zealand, Mexico, Sweden, Bolivia, Finland, South Africa. And I have included here number 184, which is Nigeria, with 3.6 in the House of Representatives, which is absolutely at the bottom of the world rank order. You can also see here that most of those countries on the top of the world rank order, with the exception of Finland, are using some kind of institutional mechanism in order to increase women's representation. It could be just the party itself, like in South Africa and in ANC, or it could be like in Rwanda by next please. So what is the goal? We can find normative international declarations that support the full inclusion of women in creative decision-making. The Sustainable Development Goals to be achieved by 2030 talk about full and effective participation and equal opportunities for leadership at all levels of decision-making. And we have the IPU resolution, and I'm sure that Nigeria also signed this. Strongly urge parliaments to set a deadline by which at least 30% of parliamentarians should be women, and to set a further deadline by which that proportion should be 50%. And I also read that the manifesto proposed the two biggest parties in Nigeria support equal representation. why the diagnosis, the second question. Why are women underrepresented in Nigeria? The many excellent papers I have written have talked about the macro factors. The problem of the patriarchal culture, prejudice against women in politics, political life, in media, violence against women, hate speech on social media. In this report, I look at the institutional level and the main institutional indicators of this underrepresentation. It's this. The political parties in Nigeria nominate very few women candidates. We have structural barriers in the nomination process, in the selection process against women. And political parties are, as well known, the gatekeepers because they control the nominations. And also to many.
Your camera is gone.
So, table 2 here, based on figures from the Independent National Electoral Commission of Nigeria, I want to look at the red column in the middle, which is the number of women candidates. As I said, this is one of the problems, the main problem at this level, that there are too few women candidates. Political parties nominate too few women. We have 14.3% women for the House of Representatives in the last election in 2019, Senate 12.4%. And the election only 3.6, House of Representatives 6.4%. Interesting enough, and I don't have the explanation here, is that when you talk about candidates for the vice presidency and for the vice governorship, we have 30.1% and 64% women. However, very few or zero being elected. Next page. So, I have calculated the success rates, and now you have to look at the red columns, the columns and two last columns. So, the success rates here are defined as the number of elected divided by the number of candidates. That means, and then for each gender separately. What we're talking about here is to what extent are those candidates actually elected. And as you can see that even if women are extremely few, at any rate, the success rate of male candidates are higher than that of female candidates, which indicates that women, even if they're very few, are nominated for less winnable seats. Next, please. So what are the strategies? These are the third point. The strategies is obviously it's the diagnosis, the too few candidates to make the political parties nominate more women candidates. And here we can, most countries in the world, and 2/3 of all countries in the world are using this kind of strategies. And most of them are using that in a gender-neutral formulation, setting as minimum and maximum of both genders. For instance, saying at least 30% both men and women candidates, which means a top ceiling of 70%, before 60 or 50-50. And I would say that capacity building for potential women candidates are very important. I do suppose that. But it does not lead to higher representation of women if the political parties do not change their recruitment patterns, their practices. And then the question of qualification, the idea that all of the women are not qualified. That is not true. I would say that there are no doubt a sufficient number of experienced and qualified women in Nigerian civil society and in all civil societies in the world in order to fill all the seats of parliament and the state assemblies. And yet we are only talking about a goal of 50%. So institutional changes are needed, and I see that there is an opportunity today in Nigeria because right now we have these discussions about institutional changes. Next slide, please. So let's take the example of Uganda. They have what we call research seat reforms. So they have 238 constituency representatives, and then they have research seats for 1 woman for each of the 112 districts, which means that they have much more higher representation than Nigeria, 33% women in parliament. Next slide, please. Here comes Kenya. The Kenyan 2010 constitution has this very interesting sentence that the state shall take the legislative and other measures to implement the principle that not more than 2/3 of the members of elected and appointed bodies shall be of the same gender. And this principle covers for public, elected, and appointed bodies in the country. At the same time, the party law says that a party is not eligible for public funding if more than 2/3 of the elected officials are of one gender. This is a fantastic all-inclusive clause, which you can find that also in Spain and in Colombia. However, nowhere, neither in Kenya is that fully implemented. It's being discussed still, but they have 21% women in the National Assembly. Next. So, when I'm in this report, I'm trying to make some examples of what we can do for Nigeria with various types of reforms to include more women. And if we say, I'm taking the example here that I'm here in the Senate, and we take the goal that there should be at least one woman in the Nigerian Senate. So I present here 4 and discuss 4 options. You can see more in the report. Well, the first one is the new bill 1301. Which has been discussed in the Nigerian parliament and has been passed by one or not the other of the chambers. According to this is a reserved seat system. 37 new seats in the Senate reserved for women. And I quote, an additional senator for each state and for the capital area who shall be a woman. This is an added tier, and the voters will have to have 2 votes, one for this tier and one for the general district. There are other possibilities, and I'll mention here 3 others. The first is what we call candidate quotas. That is, that the law requires that a certain minimum percentage of all candidates for one party, for each party, should be a woman. And here we would say for each state in Nigeria. And in the first part of the post systems, majoritarian systems, we call it horizontal quotas, because since each party only have one candidate, you have to have a unit in which you count the equal difference with the state. The three senatorial seats cannot be, should have at least one woman candidate. And that should be sanctions from the party. We have too many examples of this kind of very nice quota laws which are not implemented. But then the third one is a new and very important and very interesting financial incentives reforms. That means you have extra state funds if a party nominates, for instance, at least 30 or 40% women. For Nigeria, at least one of the 3 senatorial candidates in each state shall be women, and if it doesn't, the party will not receive state votes. That is an important and new and pretty effective one, which 11 Ireland says. The fourth one is another type of reserved seats like number 1 was the runoff system. We know that from, for instance, Jordan, that a certain number of seats, for instance, again, 7, this is just an example, are reserved for women. But the allocation is interesting because allocated to those women candidates who receive the highest percentage of votes in their constituency without being elected. Sometimes you call it the best user system. Next, please. So, to conclude, we have to look at what is effective, what is legitimate, and there are many different types of reforms which can increase women's representation. There are also many examples of bad reforms, nice words, but doesn't lead anywhere. It's very important that the reform is shooting the electoral system in place. It's also important to look not just at the number of women, but also of the influence of those who are elected. And here it's very important that the new women MPs, for instance, if you make a special tier with their seats, have a power base of their own. It's also very important that they are elected in public elections and not just as appointed. And we have some examples from Kenya. It's unfortunate when the parties are made up for this, and after the election, women are taken from that list, have not been part of the election campaign, and they are being called the daughters or the wives of the party leaders. And I would just end by saying maybe it was time to open up for independent candidates. This kind of reform is made. It is possible, in conclusion, to increase women's representation. We will have to be careful about how. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Drew. And with that, I think we're going to swing right into the first panel for the day. And it will be my pleasure to introduce members of this panel. And as I call your name, please kindly walk up to the stage and join me up here. I will begin with Honorable Nkiruka Onyejocha, who had already spoken to us earlier today, the Deputy Chief Whip at the Federal House of Representatives.
Is the one we are using now.
She's well known to us, a Nigerian ranking lawmaker at the Federal House of Representatives, representing Isuwato and Umukochi Federal Constituency of Abia State. She's an active member of the Nigerian Federal Parliament and often contributes brilliantly to debates on critical national issues in the House. She's also the Deputy Chief Whip, as I mentioned earlier. She holds a master's degree in international affairs and diplomacy from Imo State University and a master's degree in shipping from Ladoke Akintola University of Technology, Oyo State. Honorable Onyejocha, it's a pleasure to have you. Thank you for joining us. The next person I'd like to introduce is Ms. Adora Onyechere. Adora Amarachi Pearl Onyechere is a multi-talented broadcast journalist extraordinaire, a prominent social innovation policy development consultant, a passionate advocate for women's inclusion and governance, and currently the head of Women Affairs and Gender Cluster Committee for the African Union Economic and Social Council for Nigeria. She's also the host for Talk to Adora, a citizen advocacy program to bridge the gap between policymakers and citizens. In 2019, Ms. Onyechere threw her hat in the ring for the Imo State House of Assembly elections to represent Okigwe State constituency under the Action Alliance Party. As its first candidate in the 2019 election and first female candidate, Ms. Adora Onyechere, thank you so much for joining us. Our next panel is Dr. Nkechi Nwankwo, a gender and economic empowerment specialist who holds a PhD in international development. Author of Gender Equality in Nigerian Politics, Dr. Nwankwo has over 25 years of experience in public policy, leadership, and gender issues. She currently consults for the Australian government, leading the Samoa Country Gender Program Design and Solomon Islands Gender Policy Design. Dr. Nwankwo has worked in several capacities internationally and locally, including as Oxfam GB West Africa Regional Gender Advisor in Senegal and Lead Gender Advisor for UK DFID Growth and Employment in States Program in Nigeria. She is the United States Department of State's Fulbright Hubert Humphrey Fellowship Fellow, an LSE Chevening Fellow, UEA Africa Scholar, and an Oxford Reuters Fellow. Dr. Nwankwo founded the Women's Leadership Group, an organization that focuses on issues of gender equality and women's political rights in Nigeria. She continues to serve on the Women's Leadership Group board as on a part-time basis as the director. It's my pleasure to thank you. It gives me great pleasure to introduce Dr. Shunaya Remy,
Dr. Oluremi Comfort Shonaya. She holds French language and linguistics degrees from the University of Ife, now Obafemi Awolowo University, Nigeria, and Cornell University. She taught at the university for 30 years before retiring voluntarily into politics in 2010 and was the only female candidate in Nigeria's 2015 presidential election. Only female presidential candidate of this year. And everything she documents in her book, One Woman's Race. A prolific writer, Dr. Shonaya has written several books on leadership and African development. She was appointed the first ambassador scientist of the prestigious Alexander von Humboldt Foundation of Germany. Dr. Shonaya is an alumni of Yale University Women for Africa Foundation Leadership Program, the United States Department of State's alumna of the International Visitor Leadership Program, and co-chair of the Political and Electoral Reforms Working Group of the Fixed Politics Initiative. Thank you so much, Dr. Shonaya, for joining us. Last but not the least is a name that we've heard so often today, Ms. Ibijoke Faborode, co-founder and CEO of Elector. Ms. Ibijoke is a co-founder and executive director of Elector, a party-agnostic organization with a vision to close the gender inequality gap in Africa's political leadership by providing increased access to social, human, financial, and technological capital. She was recently appointed to serve on the advisory board of the Democracy and Culture Foundation of the New York Times as a Global Leader Council member. She has worked with the UK Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office, leading on leading on policy, trade, and investment relations across West Africa, and with Paris-based Pan-African publication, the Africa Report, where she led a communications campaign for governments and some of the biggest brands in Africa. Ms. Ibijoke is currently studying for her second master's degree in social, business, and entrepreneurship at the London School of Economics and Social Science. Amongst her many recognitions, she is the Young World 2019 Fellow, Dutch MFA Scholar, and 2019 Public Service nominee for the Future Awards Africa. It is going to be and I'm very honored to moderate this conversation this afternoon. We are going to swing right in. I believe everybody has a mic next to them. You can just check to make sure that the mics are working, the microphones are working.
Which one? I've given you this camera. Once we are charging, where are you charging them? We are charging two cameras, but you are charging one.
And I've been tasked to keep this panel brief and straight to the point so that we can move swiftly to the rest of the panel.
I will switch it on. I need
but as
one
much as
of them
possible, I'm going to make sure that we get on all the information that we can out of our panelists today before we let them go. I want to start.
If anyone that is stable, if it's fully charged, it will stop blinking.
No one is.
It takes time before they.
Can we please get a committee to help?
Should we just Angie? What did you do, Angie? Williams, can you
the
get to
audience
that
is
one?
very enthusiastic.
Angie, your camera is not picking.
To see all the members of the panel, and I couldn't agree more. Thank you so much.
It's not back. I can't find it. These guys are blocking the face of the camera. You need to get on there.
Honorable Onijocha, you started us off earlier. And not just you, actually. I think a lot of people who today have spoken to the new bill that you're pushing along with the Speaker of the House of Representatives, which I think is quite phenomenal. And I think my first question to start us off is, we are aware that this bill has gotten to the second reading at the House of Representatives.
Wait, is this camera? This camera.
What's your sense
No,
of
this
the support of the
this you
bill
can see.
at the national
I mean, this camera now that is showing. That is showing the chair.
This one, that's it.
That's supposed to be pointing on the stage now. Who is this? That's what I'm asking. Which camera is this?
Which camera is this?
Is that one?
That one, that's it.
For this one, all the batteries are there. We are trying to change battery. That's why we have to leave only that one.
Okay, but somebody need to turn the camera back to the stage.
Follow William. Tell William to turn that camera to the stage. Fast.
For every bill, after the first reading, second reading, then you take the committee.
Have you changed your battery?
Committee stage, which is the constitution.
No, don't give me that. Continue to charge it. I don't use the type of battery. It's only for that one. You see what I'm saying? Okay.
And of course, before it comes back to the house, it will go to the court. And so that particular bill during the zonal constitution amendment that we went across the socio-political zone in all the centers, every bill that had anything to do with gender representation was welcomed by the public. And of course, I know that the senators did theirs, and of course, House of Representatives also conducted theirs. In all those centers, we didn't receive a report of any year that the bill was rejected. And so for us, and of course, we have gone back to the Constitution Review Committee proper. And Professor John, as you know, is one of our consultants. Last sitting, they were supposed to have considered it, but they had other things, and they couldn't get to that level. I know that immediately we resumed sitting on the Constitutional Administration Committee, we dealt with. And of course, remember, all the female members of the parliament are members of Constitution and Committee. It has never happened. All we usually have is representation in zone. So you will have sometimes, maybe they can say north and south, maybe 2 or 4 in the Constitution Committee. But the Speaker agreed that this time around, that one of the cardinal points he needs to achieve in his own tenure is to make sure that gender parity is passed. And so he included all the female parliamentarians into the Constitutional Review Committee. Now means that anytime we resume now, all the female members will be there. And of course, this particular bill has been ascended by over almost 100 men. And so those people who ascended to this bill will be part of the Constitutional Review Committee. And of course, it's going to come out clean. But of course, you know that the Deputy Senate President is also the chair of Constitutional Review in the Senate. And he has sponsored a gender-based bill on his own name. And so from that particular angle, and from the angle we are coming from, I don't see anybody voting against a bill that the Speaker himself is a
Like I said, this has never been done before. There's been several different policies around gender. But truly to have a bill that has come this far, I'm enthusiastic and I'm really hopeful that, just like you said, that this will receive all the support that it needs from our National Assembly.
Chairman of Conference of Speakers is seated here. He was here 2 days ago on the National Conference, and also he said, and he gave us that he's sure that over 24 House of Assembly members, state House of Assembly members of the Assembly. And of course, you know that the Chairman of Governors Forum is Dr. Kayode is a he for she. His wife is pushing on gender-related issues. And being the chairman of Governors Forum, I'm already sure that he is in line with this particular bill. And of course, the other people that we thought they would name kids against it. In that men's forum, we saw an emir of Nasarawa who came out boldly to say it is not traditional institutions. Maybe that can say, oh, the women should be not be given chance to be relegated to the background, only be clean to the front. So the traditional institutions are on board already, and of course the clergy, the monks, and who are people that even if they are giving some room for women to play. So I mean, I don't think we have any issues on this particular point.
Thank you very much, Honorable. I think you've done your homework. You and the team have done your homework. It seems to be an all hands on deck approach, not just the political actors, but also the social and religious actors. And again, like I said, I'm truly enthusiastic and looking forward to the outcome of this particular bill. We're just going to take a 30-second break. Dr. Shomaya and Ms. Faboride, if you don't mind switching seats, it appears the other person is against the other person. So, yeah, I mean, so that we don't confuse the audience. Delighted that we have on this panel women who actually had a chance to go through the entire process, right? They've not just aspired to run, but they've run and gone through the process. They've mobilized at the local level, and they've seen the struggles that we saw happen in real life. One of them is Professor Shonaya, who was the only female presidential candidate in the 2018 election. Professor, I'd like to ask a previous question that you heard about political parties talked about most of today, and the key role that political parties, must play if we're going to advance on this conversation around women's political participation. So I think my question is for you. Professor Izzy earlier talked about the need and importance of holding political actors accountable. So my question for you is, what kinds of disruptions, because I feel like we need to be talking beyond just actions, but like more strong actions. So what kinds of disruptions do you think need to happen at the political party level to ensure that we have greater participation for women in the political process?
Thank you very much. I believe that there is already a lot going on. There is a conscientization I can sense right now. A sense that the moment is right. Okay, thank you. There is a sense, I believe, in the country right now that this is the moment. And I'm very excited along with you about that. Female members of political parties are ready to challenge the status quo and to say directly to the authorities, the structural authority of the political parties, that if they do not make fundamental changes, the women are no longer going to play a role. That was what one woman who is a top member of one of the two big political parties told me just a few days ago. And I have heard it echoed over and over. So I believe that the women are ready to take part. The Speaker of the House was telling us this morning and saying, power is not served a la carte. It has to be taken. Well, I believe that Nigerian women are there and ready. And although personally I kind of,
I don't like that kind of insinuation of fighting, or wrestling it from the name, because I believe that we actually need everybody's understanding. This is about the development of the country. So it's not so much that only women are ready to grab power. That's not it. Men are equally coming to the realization, and I want to thank you very much, the Speaker of Bauchi and the Chairman of the Conference of Speakers. I was there 2 days ago when you made your commitment, and I think that's what we need, and that's why I believe that we are at an important moment in the history of our country. So yes, the political parties must begin by letting us see within the structure, the internal structure of the political parties themselves. Let us see the women. You cannot be saying, our party is gender friendly, and yet we see just one person, one woman, usually the so-called woman leader in the National Working Committee, in your national executive. That does not make sense. The two don't go together. So we are looking to see words matched by definite, concrete action.
Thank you very much for that. Thank you. I think it's hard for me again to hear that you have political parties on board. It almost seems like this is the year where everything is slowly coming into place, right? We have active women in the legislature who are finally pushing and introducing legislature. We have political parties finally coming to the realization that the time is now. So I'm truly excited. I think, to borrow the words from our speaker from Bauchi State that said, democracy without women is no democracy, right? In Nigeria, we can't talk about democracy without talking about inclusion. I can talk about inclusion when nearly half of your population is sitting on the sidelines and, as observers in the political process. So I'm really delighted to see things are finally moving forward. Adora, and I'm really excited to see Ms. Miniature on this panel again, because it's always helpful to hear the stories of women who've gone through this process. It's not a lot of women, unfortunately, but not just women, but young women who had a chance to experience the process. Storytelling is very important, and it's a very powerful tool to inspire the next generation of women. So I'm delighted that she's here to share her experience today. So Adora, my question, and you actually, beyond running, you actually have the opportunity to be the ticket bearer, the candidate for your party, Action Alliance. Can you tell us what you consider a clear challenge in that going through that experience as a candidate, as a running for state assembly, and how did you navigate it, right?
First of all, I'd like to say that for democracy to work, gender equality needs to work. Absolutely. And again, nothing really prepares you, no matter how much you read on the political guidelines, getting involved, consultation, nothing really prepares you for when you get into the field as a first time. I mean, when I got in, the first thing I got was welcome to your baptism of fire. I think that was the first statement I got, from some of the women in my community. And it was very peculiar because I was coming from my professional work and job as a person, as an individual. People knew me on the television. They had seen me talking about, good leadership, effective leadership, calling me this profession. And I did a lot of community journalism. I go into the villages and go into the communities. I saw that there was really a gap between, the conversations that we were having as leaders here at the center and the needs of those in the community, in real time. And, I had this restlessness, and I think it was at about the time when we were campaigning for Not Too Young to Run. There was a lot of conversation, and I spoke to a lot of young say leaving the program to submit to my job and going back home a year earlier before campaign started was important. To begin to know the people that are begin to interface. And it also teaches you to want to also prioritize the reality in knowing what the needs of the people are. Because again, we might just be sitting and having conversations and saying, oh, I want to run for elections, I want to represent my people. But who are you representing and what are their needs? How do you need to articulate it without getting involved and getting to know them? So first thing first, for me, I got the awakening that politics was really local. You cannot do politics from a city center to see a comfort zone and you know, no matter the semantics they tell you, and all the workshops you go for, and all the seminars we do, you have to go back home and actualize it. Bring that experience to the people, and that's where it starts. And I think that was my first interaction. And then again, choosing the political parties to run. That was the biggest, conversation. Because at that time, the biggest parties then were probably PDP and the APC. And for a first timer, I also realized that one, you are also working, with funding in mind. You're going to be running against people who have run before, who are coming back, for the same seats. And one of the consultations, amongst the consultations, I remember that I have some of my mentors, some of my role models, late Barrister Estelle Soma, who was very key in part of my strategic consultation, and Barrister Verifelu of Women in Politics Forum. And we had this conversation, and when we started interacting with political parties, we realized, and my mom, lucky for me, my mother is a strong politician. I come from a very political background. And it was surprising that when I decided to run, my parents did not approve it. For someone who had been in the ring and who understood the dynamic, I was told that it was too dangerous. I was told that it is not yet time, we need to just come a bit more back home, we need to integrate, we need to do this. And I said, Mom, I can do it, Mom, I can do it. And I've been watching you for years. And my parents thought I was joking. And I think the backbreaker was when I resigned and went back home. And I just moved back to the village. And my dad said to my mom, she's really serious about this. Let us mobilize you, And so the conversation started. But in choosing the political party, I was confronted with the fact that one, there were popular candidates amongst the political parties. There were people who were also, happy that what you were coming. You might have all the capacity, you might not have all the qualification, but you also have to be a figure within your political party consultation. And for me also it was an experience. It was trying to break the norm. I was the first female in my local government. Secondly, I was the only female in my political party at that time. And I said, for me, even deciding to run was the first of the wing, and I'm not going to back out now. So I went and we decided to now run under Action Alliance. And for me, the first thing I did, I wanted to follow the manifesto of the political party. The manifesto, I realized that a lot of politicians, legal and non-alike, just join political parties just because they are popular and also they have some level of followership. But it's also important to read and study the manifesto of your political party and know what they stand for. And also become included in their conversation as a political party. And for me, why Action Alliance at the time when I ran was very struggling was because one, I began to understudy the political party. The NWC was also very willing to accommodate the woman, and I began to work with the political party structure. So first I went back to Okigwe, I set up a political party office for my party in my local government area, and registered about 1,340 women in my political party. And so for me, that was the first visa for the promotion. And something happened. As we decided to start campaigning, the primary candidate for APC couldn't get a ticket, and there was a nexus, an amalgamation of all the state assembly members And the primary candidate for the APC at that time, who was refused the ticket, moved to my party. So he became the party to in the state. So from being a small party, we became a primary party within the politics of the state. And so when I ran, a lot of in between the line, plus I go from a very, very patriarchal environment where the social is high. From the traditional rulers to even family members, my uncle ran against me and other parties. So it was tough. It was tough, so let me stop there. It's very
It's so your story is really exciting, and I hope that at some point in this conference in the next couple of days that we find time to interact with her and learn her story. And I think I mentioned earlier that storytelling is important. I think there's an organization that is also currently working, they're working on documenting the stories of women who have run elections in the past and won, and also women who run and who didn't win. Because I think hearing these stories are very important for women who are aspiring, into political leadership, to be able to see the people who got ahead of them, what are the things that you can learn from them so that they don't repeat those mistakes as they go into their own journey. So thank you so much, Adora, for sharing that. One of the things that you mentioned was finance. And I think finance is something that gets thrown out a lot when we talk about women's participation in politics. Dr. Wang, I'd like to hear from you. What are some of your ideas for innovative ways that women can raise funding to be able to support their elections process? Because elections are expensive, right? And there's no way to get around it. How do you think that women can get ahead of this? What innovative ways can they raise funding to be able to support it?
Let me join first of all, join others in the excitement of what is happening at the House. We've heard all of it today about, it's about education, participation. So thank you so much to all those working behind the legislation, because that's the key piece. And that legislation also leads me into, campaign funds. It is important that we enforce the limits to campaign funding. It is very important because no amount, if it's over the board, we're just going to keep going over that. It's not about people who can give service. It becomes about people who can take money anyhow. And that's not what we want. Talking about innovative ways, I think the NSAS taught us something about how the idea of changing how funding can be done is possible. And if we're looking at and asking you to think about what are the funds for in political, for somebody running for office, and especially for women, it will be for the fees for participation, it will be for organizing, it will be for just building your media campaign costs money. So looking at all these budget heads, you have to take it bit by bit. I think the innovative way is to build those alliances that first of all reduce your need for that level of money. Because there are people who are backing you, who are giving services. Because the idea of having money is not a particular thing. So that is one key way. The other thing that I really would like to bring in is the importance of family support for the women. If you look at all those who have succeeded, many of them have that family backing, and that includes both the physical money and things that money can or cannot buy. So when I speak with people who say, what can I do for a woman who's running for office? If you are in the family of that woman, take away some of her burdens of care, because that still remains what a woman is expected to do. She still needs to maintain the family. So if you are a husband of a woman or a partner of a woman who is running for office, please take off her some of those care duties in the house. Because it may seem like, we've heard this afternoon in the morning saying, okay, in the number, women can vote in, but it's not how politics works in that sense of numbers. You have to be in the sense that you are supporting a particular issue that somebody is about. So those men have wives, they have daughters, and they have sisters who will go for them anyway. So it's not just that simple. So I would say some of the things that take away women's time is the care, and politics requires time, and time is money when you eventually boil it down. So building that awareness, we talked about going, having that being in your local government and having getting the buy-in of both leaders, because there are so many gatekeepers on the way, and it's not sometimes it's not physical money, but that's service that can be rendered to them. And with the way that I saw young people organize doing insights, I'm confident that the young women and young men, because there are quite a few young men who want gender equality in Nigeria, believe it or not. And so, to have the allies, if we have them do the things for us that we need money for, then maybe we don't need to raise that level of money. So that would be my submission on that level. So let's look at the things that cost money and see how we can remove them from the people who are running for office, provide them the support that they need. Can the media come around the women who are running for office so that they don't have to spend on media? With women leadership group, when we were doing the 2011 elections, we had opportunities to fundraise, to train those who are running for office in media skills. Therefore, they wouldn't have to put their money onto that. If you can have that sort of active collaboration as a strategy coming out of this meeting, that will really help a lot. And I think that is the way we need to think about it. Because if the money is overboard, there's no way anybody will be able to raise that. And in fact, it will fall against, it should be illegal to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wong. I think a key thing that you mentioned when we were speaking earlier was about the importance of limiting campaign finances and campaign spending. Because you're right, if that money is super high, then it's about the highest bidder, not necessarily who's the best candidate. So I really appreciate you sharing that. And Ms. Fagory, Electa has already done a lot to provide support in closing the gender gap. Our earlier today, I don't know if she's here, Ms. Ruth Mahogany. Oh, there she goes. Now we give her a round of applause right now. I really appreciate it. She talked a lot about the fact that
until William civilized, change away from
negotiation, and that even children early on start to learn about negotiations in the way that they interact and agree with their parents. And the question I have to do is, in the other countries, who around the world, children start early to learn about political leadership, not just leadership. They're actually exposed to political leadership. They have parties. In their high school, for instance, you have the US High School Democrats of America, High School Republicans of America. How can we begin in Nigeria to groom the next generation of leaders, particularly female political leaders? I know that one of the challenges that America is mentioned was in Nigeria, I'm more intentional about this effort to groom the next generation of political leaders.
Where is it? That's not his phone. And you will not use somebody's phone.
Thank you, Bella. Good afternoon. So what I would say is we need to have proportional interaction. As family, our learning institutions, our university institutions. So when I look at things like information, and I want to be very personal because we're talking about the older generation. I remember when my senior partner started lecture, I thought to myself, why did I think about this? Proud of days, why did I think that I could do something like this? Why did I understand my role in society that the only, I'm not limited by just running for office, but I can be a leader by trying to support people that want to be folks as well. And I think that it's very fundamental at that level of institutionalization of family. There's so much. I remember Sunday morning conversations with my family. And I joke with my parents that I'm only to be more intentional about the conversations we had about society or politics, some of those things that shape us going forward. But we know it's also a function of society as well. Our primary educational system as well. I think it's very important to include civic education into the curriculum because it also helps to shape the students as well. They understand leadership, they understand the role of men and women, and when they start familiarizing themselves with the fact that men and women can lead, and that you're not judged based on your gender roles, you're judged based on your competence, what you have to offer. I think that will to shape you as a person, that will to shape your confidence as well. So I think that we can dissociate this conversation from how we evolve society, how we shape the society, how we nurture the things that guide us, the things that guide our perception. Because one of the biggest challenges that a lot of women face. So I have never run before. I commend women that have run before because I know it's not easy. But one of the things that I have done quite well is to engage with our people that run as one, and people that run have lost, and people that intend to run. And one of the peculiar challenges we talk about is just cultural and religious stereotypes. I know we talk about money. We talk about money. There's a solution to money, which is
I'm not using that one again.
I'm not using private sector, public sector, friends and family. However, one thing is still lingering. It is the social, cultural challenges that we face. One of my mentors always says something that the biggest one policy is poverty. We cannot eradicate that, nothing is going to happen. Not even legislation, not even finance, not even the educational or capacity building given women. Because these are really evident constraints that really affect the way we integrate or really assist policies. And so the moment at that age, when the school tells you it's okay for you as a woman to be class captain, or also have a democratic process of choosing a class captain, regardless of your gender, maybe you're a man or woman or boy or girl, I think you grow up to start feeling that you're competent, you can do it. And also, that also shapes the interaction you have when you get secondary school, when you get to university as well. A lot of our women, so when you look at the university system, I went to OAU, and it was a very socially conscious university, and so we hear about the adults and all that. We have this very limited women, the student union leadership. And for some of them that will engage after school, most of them go on to just join the formal sector. There's no form of integration into the political system. So we're obviously down in the political system. And the third one that I mentioned was just the religious constraints as well. So when I remember growing up in the church, and some of the things you were taught, some of those things bring the bell. And that's why I was having a conversation with my friend and said, look, in 2023, one of the things right. We better start engaging our religious leaders because they have such a huge hold on how we frame and shape our thoughts. And they can also help to shape perception as well. So I think you look at this area of society, you look at the family system or structures, if we look at the educational system, and you look at our religious institutions, I think that if those three systems, can really be intentional about how they can engage us from our community stages, I think we'll have a very important shift in how we look at our women and leadership in policy space.
Very much, and I think you notice 10 different people have come up to me to tell me we gotta wrap up. So I don't want the 11th person to tell me that we gotta wrap up. So I am going to wrap up the conversation by saying thank you very much to our panel. Today we learned about the bill that Honorable Nyadu Chapa, together with her colleagues in the House of Representatives, are pushing to alter the Constitution to be able to make available more seats at the national and state level for women. We're enthusiastic about that. Professor Shinoya has reminded us that even the political parties as well are super enthusiastic and doing all they can to make sure that they will create more space for women in the coming years. Adora has shared her experience, her unique experience running as a candidate of the Action Alliance in Imo State for the House of Assembly. And Dr. Wako reminded us today that it's important to limit or bring back into for the conversation around campaign suspended to make sure that those numbers are within limits that everybody can afford. Everybody who has the capacity and character to run for elected office can afford, and also to make sure that we're reducing the burden on women. Particularly when it comes to caregiving, to give them the opportunity to be able to focus on running for office. And then Ms. Farmer really reminded us that if we must shape the next generation of women political leaders, we must look at all areas of society, family, the educational system, as well as our social and cultural leaders. And we need those conversations, those very intentional conversations early on. I can't thank you all enough for this conversation. And again, I look forward to learning what the rest of the panel brings today. Thank you so much for this opportunity. A very big thank you to the organizers.
Thank you. Well, get ready for the next panel. I'll just remind us that ultimately we have an ongoing campaign which all of us are eligible to join. The Action Aid Nigeria Community Sponsorship.
Yeah, video.
Which one is it?
Where's the all these are not video.
In our communities, particularly
EF changing Nigerian story. Yeah, that's a video. I don't know.
If you walk out of the wall at the door,
Is that a that's it? Move it forward. Let's see if it will have.
on the side that I think
who are members of these
I don't think so.
are that Nigerian activity. That I'm central faculty so that we can stimulate our giving back spirit. I would really like to now we'll have lunch after this session and return, but for now, I'll be at this one. These are young, giving personalities that are bringing to the ensure that
Which one?
Thank you so much. We are far too kind. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Alex. I'm first analyst with Paramount News. There's a lot to process and a lot to digest. Speaking of digest, as we've been told, lunch is coming up very soon. But we are here for a very important conversation. I'm told before my plenary session begins, there is a recorded presentation of the Parliamentarian Union, the IPU, Global Studies and Violence Against Women in Parliament, by Ariana Bate. She's the Gender Partnership Program with IPU. We can have that video play now. Thank you. Yes.
Volume. 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 Volume.
Yes, I think for most people that have been in this hall, the beginning of this program today, we have listened to this video privacy. So why we are now broadcasting for the first time today, can I just call on my panelists and introduce them formally? You would agree with me that time is fast spent. You will bear with me if I have to edit some of those very sterling credentials that my panelists have.
I was just about to come up friend. Noodles. Oh God. You didn't choose one from that section, did you?
Did you bring it down? Are we not supposed to be saying it?
And she was a
she was National Secretary of Labour Party Nigeria, and she was also the
They have not watched the video. We played this in error. We now stop. Because this is not the correct video, so we have to quickly go back. So we didn't play this in full.
Aisha Abubakar. She's the gender advisor with the Nigeria Police Force. Abubakar is a holder of many academic qualifications. Again, I told you the candidates who have sterling credentials, very long. But for me, shout out to Abubakar has a Doctor of Veterinary Medicine, Doctor of Philosophy from prestigious University of Plymouth, United Kingdom, a Master of Science in Security and Conflict Management from University. Her passion and strive in ensuring that women occupy their rightful position in every facet of society. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. I would also like to introduce the welcome Titi Lope Kakoya. She is the Gender and Social Inclusion Advisor, Accountable, Responsive, and Capable Government, the ARC. She's also fed for partnership to engage people and learn. Titi Lope Kakoya, the Social Development Specialist, with over 20 years of experience in international consulting, in design management, and evaluation of development. Thank you so much for having us. The last but by no way the list, please join me as I welcome the chairperson of
She is the deputy chair of Council Territory. She represents the Cusco, Okinini Federal Constituency in the House of Representatives.
I'm not sure I have it. That's the problem.
Honorable Blessing.
You don't have it. You should have it.
She brought a flash, and I'm.
Look at the one you're supposed to play.
We played this one
played
before.
that one.
Yes, this is Marianne. Parliamentary IPU supported. What is the topic?
Gender Partnership Program. Global Studies on Violence Against Women in Parliament. This is gender parity in Parliament. That other one is...
Sorry for the breaking translation.
Yeah, there are different videos. So you don't have the video, what you're saying?
We must. I've returned the flash to her. And where is she?
Let me tell how you do it.
I returned the flash to her. I thought I copied everything.
So you just have the videos.
Yes.
Let me know what else you're missing. If there's any other application.
That's the only last video.
Okay.
Taking that course at the start. Who happened to Honorable Tolulope Shadike, who's the chairman and chief.
By the time.
Thank you so much.
When these things are shown, you're supposed to show. Did you get the slideshow? The slides.
The slideshow.
Yeah, when they are showing, you're supposed to put the slide when they are talking, so we will know who they are and what they are doing. So this people just finished talking. It's the next one. Scroll down.
This afternoon we discuss a very important topic. The objective is clear.
Like, how do you change? Look at these people. This slide is supposed to be showing on that thing now.
Why would this slide be showing when the people are there?
So people
we can't do the two at the same time. I can alternate.
Okay, people are streaming it.
Yeah, look at it.
Okay.
So this one, if you want to know the name, I think you can share this for them. Let them know the people's name. But this is a live production to people online.
Okay, what I'm saying is, when you go, like when you were operating that whatever you're operating now, why is this one not showing? This one.
Two of them cannot show at the same time.
Okay,
only
so
one.
this is the computer that's connected.
Yes.
But is it possible to alternate?
Yes, I can alternate.
Yes, to alternate it from time to time. That's what we're asking.
Okay.
Okay. Let me catch up. You don't have the video she's asking to play.
I don't have that.
Okay.
Please, can you share this for them?
You have the program at home.
Yeah. If I have a program, but I don't know the people by their names. So we need support from you from time to time. I'm a technical person. Too many technical things are going on. You understand? Look, there's no light here. I cannot see. So many things is wrong with this place.
Okay.
So I need help. So this is the kind of help you produce, you provided.
Okay.
So thank you.
I'm going to be here with you people.
Okay.
Let me talk about why you don't have the video.
I thought I copied all the video, but since I don't have that special.
Can I stop here?
Yeah.
Let me just go.
Okay.
Now, this leads me to the same issue. The topic is
so I'm going to finish once they are done with this session. I want you to play the right video. This is not a good idea.
The name itself is a social profession. It's culturally based. You must in this society take on your husband's name. You don't have to. You have an identity that your people can identify you. I am from Oyo State. They know my father's name in Oyo State.
Stop here now.
I am contesting in Oyo State.
Wait.
Not that I don't respect my in-laws, but which gender in Oyo State? Look at the type of social issues that women have to
You go back again. I just want them to see the woman.
Still on me.
Yeah.
There's also the issue of who is a woman. What is the character of a woman? It is believed that a woman is soft, a woman is empathic, a woman is friendly, a woman is kind. But then in politics, there's a perception of who a politician is. Social.
Try it again for them.
So there's so many cultural norms, there's so many religious norms that affect the perception, most especially in an African society. We have listened to people from the Western world Let me not lie to you. It's a totally different world.
This talking is blocking
Within the
one of them.
context of our own culture. And then
We should go to a
violence.
single.
We don't have a single because they can't
see it.
Politics is violent. It's not that politics is violent against women. Politics is violent. I've explained it. I've been attacked. I've been shot at. Beside the car. You will see a lot of that. One so
Let us pass. But we don't have a chair here. Sorry. Except you sit there.
Targeted.
Okay.
Because violence. And then the other side of that is that we believe that women can be easily intimidated.
We know this is the next slide of showing when maybe we alternating. So after this one, next slide is showing is.
If it's in without that. Huh?
Can you help us to mark it?
No, she's here. So don't worry.
Okay, so the next slide is going to show is launch. These people they've already done their own.
Okay.
So it's launch.
Okay. All right.
So I'll just take everything.
All right.
After launch, next slide is showing is
Alternate, stop share. Let them focus on that. Who is this among this?
This is the moderator.
Okay.
Yes. My name is Adesua.
Okay.
47% of them were women, 53 women. So let's take our poll. If you are here in this hall and you voted for any of the 5
Who changed the? Are you the one that changed it?
Yeah, I want to. In the 2019 election, let me see your hands. Remember that we voted for you. Nobody. If you're in this hall and you voted for any of the 18 governorship candidates in the 2019
Go back to the panelists.
let me see your hands. 1.
Oh, hold on. She's not among the panelists. She's just in the top. So just look.
3. Let's go. If you're in this hall and you voted for thousands of federal, state,
I don't think so.
candidates. Let's get what candidates.
It's not that big time.
See your show. 1, 2, 3. Don't check that you got that. 4, 5.
No. I've removed they can't hear us again. The mic they are having is from the mic they are using there. It's not working. So we don't need that.
Most trusted in everything. But the truth is that the political terrain is not one that we are looking at trust. It's one that, the patriarchal society already took a decision on women. So because we have women that are doing well in politics, we have women that struggled and, found themselves in positions of authority, and they have not failed us. The truth here is this, is our culture, is our religion, and most of all is violence that we experience in politics. Honorable Iya just gave her personal experience. And I tell you, when there's violence, the major reason we experience violence is that they want to stop women from participating in politics. It's actually the motive. How do we get women not to participate in politics? So I think that what we should be looking at now is how do we solve the problem of violence? And I'm saying this because at the last elections in Kogi State, A woman was killed in Kogi State. She was killed right in her house and not on the field. And what happened? The police, state actors, got some people arrested. 6 men were actually arrested. And finally, 1 got convicted. And what was the conviction? 12 years and 6 months imprisonment for a clear case of murder. And we are yet to hear anything about the remaining 5. So the problem here is that when we even have, women attacked, when there's an arrest, we hardly get justice. There is no compensation. And that means women run away from justice because they do not want to be attacked. So our problem is not the problem of trust in any form. It is the societal problem that we are having. Thank you.
But before I come to you, Madam, I just took a poll. Don't vote for women. And what are those perceptions that are stopping women from, being in leadership positions in Nigeria?
The young, everybody. So if women don't vote for women, then vote for them. And I want to send out this loud message. Use the tools that you have today. Use social media tools. Men, let's use social media tools to send out positive messages. The tools of today. This is the time for us to use this. This is the time for us to begin to make it complete. This is the time for us to begin to release Snapchat, Instagram. This is the time for men to begin to send out both positive messages about election. Women have both positive messages about how to support women. Making it that women. Thank you very much, Madam Akari. I hear a challenge in what you just said. The women are not going to do it, the men will do it. And that's a downside for the women. We don't vote for our own, we don't own our own. Now to value. Politics is presented as ruthless. Subjectively, they call it. In fact, they're not in violence. Look at balance of stress that people don't have. What is the nature and extent of some of these violence that we see against women? How do you like it? What are some of the things you have seen so far? Have you seen a time when
we all know that the statutory role of the police is to maintain peace and order in the society, to protect life and property, and also maintain the rule of law. So it's not just about a woman is ensuring that peace is maintained, that there is no violence, whether it is a woman that is involved or it is a man that is involved, whether it is during time of politics or not time of politics. For us, we handle case as they come, in respect of the time. But during time of politics, as you said, there is so much crisis, so there would be particular attention being paid to make sure that the police creates an enabling environment that is safe for everybody to go about and do his politicking freely without fear of being attacked, harassed, or whatever. So there are a lot of course, just like the National Assembly has organized this conference, this interactive session in preparation, I believe, in preparation towards the 2023 national election. Of course, the police is also putting its house together to make sure that all the things that are necessary for us to be able to create that enabling environment for a very peaceful election is put into place. The Inspector General of Police is very committed to that, and already he has put in everything in place to make sure that the police is well prepared to handle these issues, especially driving from the experiences that we have had previously. My sister just recalled the incidents that happened in Kogi State. Of course, thank you for at least acknowledging the fact that the Nigerian police has adequately made arrests. They have prosecuted, but then of course, what the outcome of it is also in the hands of the judiciary. So at least one person is in jail. I'm not here to be able to say why the judge gave only 6 years or didn't convict others. It's not within the purview of the Nigerian police. But what I can assure us here is that the police is putting all the necessary machineries to prepare and make sure that we provide an enabling environment, a very safe environment for all politicians, whether it's a woman or a man, to participate in a very safe environment.
Thank you so much. What I've also heard here is that the violence is not just during the election, sometimes it's before and it's after. Madam Chair, I have some attributes that I can only invite you. And the minister that no one understands how pinches more than person who wears a shoe. Despite its odds, we have a few women like you that just talk to Nigerian Parliament. And I get the name right this summer. Honorable Pululope Akonde Shabita. Chair, Committee, and there's hope that it can be done.
Thank you. The very first challenge is the perception that decent women don't go into politics. So when I stepped out, I have a spouse who collaborates with me, we have understanding. But people around us, some of his friends, approached me and like, how can you say you're going into politics? Kind of nonsense is that. You know, that is the first barrier you have to overcome. Now, once you overcome that barrier, you go into the larger society. You mentioned the violence, but the biggest one is culture. Our culture, like you said, is about patriarchy. Most women, when you want to go out, for example, on election day, I'm going to jump around. Who want to go out there and vote on election day? Wants to vote that woman. But the men at home have said no, we are voting men.
And I will be honest with you,
Most of the people in the city don't get out and vote. It's the rural woman. Politics in Nigeria is grassroots. And until the city woman gets involved in politics, we still have a long way to go. So the TikToks, the internet, it doesn't get to the rural woman. What the rural woman is getting is, you are not voting on that day, or if you leave this house on that day, you leave my house. And when you get to that voting booth, you go and vote for that man. We need to educate the women. I'm not saying break homes, but we need to educate the women that once you get to that polling booth, there's no way he's going to know who you voted for. We have a lot of work to do. And I think we need to form organizations where we all need to go into the rural area and educate the women that there are subtle ways you can get what you want without confrontation. The city women, on the other hand, we need to let them realize that you need to get involved if you want to maintain those your high lifestyle of fancy shoe and bag. Because if the country doesn't do well, you can't maintain it. And we need women for the country to do well. Because the perception of politics that a woman brings into it, oftentimes is different from that of the man. We nurture. Women are known to nurture. So if we're in government, and we're a lot in government, in Nigeria today, we have in the House, we have 12 women, and in Senate, we have 7. So national, 13 now. So 13 plus 7. So the whole National Assembly, we have 20 females. Between the 360 and the 100 and something in Senate. Ministers, we have 3 women, ministers of state, and I think we have maybe 2 ministers. Please, we can do better than that. It is up to us. We need to stop the lip service. We need to put it to action. Funding. Women don't have the money for elections. Can I use myself as an example?
Yes, please go ahead. My
election funding was raised because I had worked in the private sector. And then you see, it goes back to, you have to look at your own personal roots. What has been your values? What's your vision? In the past, everywhere I worked, I delivered. So when I went back to them and I said, I want to contest, yeah, perfect. But I need money. Every single one of my ex-employers, every institution where I have worked in this country gave money for my election. I didn't have to take a loan, and I did not have to sell any property. So as a woman, maintain a good track record so you have a fallback position. Also, I will share something with you. Women were our own worst enemies. Of all the people who supported me, majority were men. The women I approached, who were supposedly friends, either they didn't think I could make it because I was coming from private sector. Yes. Because I was coming from private sector, maybe they thought, oh, she can't make it. I want to implore you all, whether you think that woman can make it, because she's a woman, support her. When we begin to do that, we'll begin to open doors. We will begin to break down that cultural barrier that is keeping us out of politics. The more of us that collaborate, the more we will achieve as women. Hate me. Feel nothing for me. But because you're a woman, I'm a woman, vote for me. Help me raise the funding I need. If every single one of us in this room today puts down 20,000 naira a month aside and say this is going to be the bank for women who are coming out in politics, we play lip service to it. We started talking 2 years ago when I became a politician, not a politician, when I took office 2 years ago. Until now, I believe there's no fund existing to fund women in politics. So cultural, funding, and it all ties to cultural. Thank you.
Women are not contributing to women in politics. I wish but by saying nothing that I wanted to both and when you talk about your social media handles and how that's the city women are not the new women that the chance. And my question also come back to pricing this whole master performance program. First aspect that it's not female. We have to say. Do Nigerian women have the wherewithal to face it violence or violence, to take it, to rise? Maybe not violence in the true sense of the word, but the power is not given to them, they have to take it. Do they have the wherewithal to take it?
Okay, I don't think when the Right Honorable Speaker said that, he meant violence. Okay, that's number one. But number two is this. Power is not served a la carte. I tell you in Nigeria, for power is served a la carte. They have godfathers who fund them, who put them in positions. And I tell you, patriarchy is a form of affirmative action. They are already standing on that path where culture, where religion, funding is actually there for them, with their godfathers promoting their cause. So for men in Nigeria, power is served a la carte. Now for women, power is not served a la carte. But I tell the Right Honorable Speaker that he can serve power to women a la carte. Yes. We have bills before the National Assembly. What can he do to support that? I want a situation where after the constitution amendment that's going on now, the bills presented by Right Honorable Nkiru Onyejocha and all the women parliamentarians will scale through. That will be power being served a la carte. I want the bill before the Senate, presented by the Deputy Senate President on appointing positions, both at the state level and national level, to be passed. That will be power being served a la carte for women. They can do something. They can support our cause. It's not enough to come up to tell us that our agenda is how to get more women participate in politics. We have come to realize that we need legislation. Outside this meeting, I want a situation where we'll have something to celebrate. And when we begin to clap for the Right Honorable Speaker as a he for she, it will be only because these bills are passed and they are signed into law. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And she's on our panel. Right, very welcome, warm welcome to you. But before I come to you, Madam Minister, you mentioned that you can't come there for the position. You cannot stop it. This violence, so how do we do violence against women who are participating?
The issue of violence against women, the Nigerian police has been in the forefront. A lot of policies and capacity building, especially now we have designated gender desk officers in all the states of the Federation. We are building their capacity towards their ability to handle cases of gender-based violence effectively and prosecute them. We are working very closely with a lot of these partners, development partners like UN Women, Action Aid, UNICEF, so many of them that are coming forth to support the Nigerian police in building the capacity to ensure that the police or the gender-based officers can effectively handle those cases of gender-based violence. So before now, we used to have what we call JWC in every division of the Nigeria Police. JWC is Juvenile Women and Child Cases. Those are designated desk officers that handle such matters. Now they are transited to gender, we call them now gender desk officers, and they have received a lot of training. We also have a database at the 4CID where all the gender-based violence cases are being reported, conviction and everything. This is a data there. We have special call numbers whereby whichever state you are, you'll be able to call and get the immediate support that you can get. We are in the process working to see where we will have special female squad, like a response team that will be able to respond to distress calls in cases of gender-based violence. But you know, as we are doing all this also, there is also a need. When you go into politics, there are certain silent posts. You also have to, you are your first, apart from the police, there are certain things that you should be able to do to also protect yourself. Look out for all these telltale that you have to reach out, because of course the police. Sorry? No, I mean, those telltale signs. That's I mean, sometimes your instinct can tell you that there's danger somewhere. So you should be able to reach out, you know, immediately. And then the use of social media, you know, yes, it's good and it has its own bad aspect when it comes to security, your own personal security. Oh, I'm just at the airport. Oh, I've just Giri Junction. You understand? You are giving out information to criminals that will be able to take advantage of those situations, tracing your movement. And you know, these criminals, sometimes they might not just be political opponents. Sometimes they are just criminals who take advantage of that particular circumstance and then go ahead and attack. You understand? So those are issues, but I can tell you, reassure this house that the Inspector General of Police is very committed to ensure that there's an enabling environment for politicians to go about their politicking come 2023 in a very safe environment. Thank you.
We are almost confident hearing that from you. Thank you so much. Now, Madam Kakari, let me come to you. Because social media has been mentioned the second time after today. Even though this is about women, it's an entire ecosystem and lots of players involved. What sort of collaboration should we be exploring at this time, you know, 18 months to the elections, to increase or to make this a reality, to increase participation of women and youth government? What collaboration should we be prioritizing at this time? Are you speaking to your social media?
Social media, when I mentioned it at first, was as a tool for shaping perceptions. Because the question was a perception question. And I said the role of, and of course, traditional media as well. These are very powerful tools that we have that can shape perceptions and change the overall image of the woman as one who is nothing but handbag and stiletto and all of that. You know, let's use the tools that we have to shape perceptions. That was the point I was trying to make. Now, what you're saying is, who else in the ecosystem? So the way I want to look at it is that there's a short-term solution and there's a longer-term solution. The Honorable Chair has said that the longer-term problem is a cultural one. So we're not going to take on headlong, we're not going to find answers to cultural solutions between now and 2023. So we're talking about perception of women in leadership, the role that they can play. But between now and 2023, we need to start talking to religious leaders, promote women, talk about the positive things that women have, talk about women in leadership positions, encourage women to engage and encourage men to speak to them. We need to begin to talk to our family members. That is very critical. It cannot be overemphasized. Family as an institution itself is very important. Let our family members begin to change their paradigms. I like what the chair has said. Let the Oyo State people know that, yes, She is our daughter. And yes, you know, her in-laws, we're in-laws, but you know what? We're going to support her. So there's nothing about family as well, family institutions, and getting them oriented towards 2023. There's the schooling system as well. This is beyond 2023, short term, but in the long term, how does the society itself value women? How do we portray them? What examples do we give of them? What tools do we have that we can use? So that's the way that I want to look at it. In the short term, talk to religious leaders, talk to political leaders, get people to come out to vote, and get people to come out and be voted for. We've talked about different strategies, but beyond that, it is the idea of what value do we accord women in our society? And we must begin to work at that. So the two need to work in parallel, short term and long term.
Very well, sir. Thank you so much. I kind of bring in Madam and identity conversation. Listen to various speakers here talk about their own perceptions, what is limiting women from taking on selective or, you know, otherwise leadership positions in Nigeria. Do you have any other perceptions you think that we've not talked about here?
The mic audible? Okay, I think the perception that I would like to dwell on here, from my practical experience, that is personal experience and working to support women who run for offices. Let me take it from the remarks that the acting Canadian commissioner made. Please, we need to dwell on that document. I was so excited. Everything we said, I align with them, but I align more with what he said, what Barrister Berry said, as well as Adaura, and it's about violence. If we don't look at violence in elections as a superstructure on which all other structures are built and are insisting that, look, resisting the participation and representation of women, then we are not getting it. If you look at studies that have been done over time, from 2007, IDASA Nigeria, IDASA South Africa, UN Women, the Nigeria Women's Situation Room, National Democratic Institute, CDD West Africa, CTAD, and many other ones. You will lose out. I will be so, it will be lost on us if at the end of conversation, we are not able to go back to look at some of the studies that have been done. I would like to particularly dwell on what NDI, the National Democratic Institute, has done. It's the most extensive global election mitigating strategy that have been done. You can check. When you look at the hashtag, you go to the website, not the cost. Barrister Berry said something, and I like what Mrs. Duke said. She's sitting over there. She said, look, the issue with the Kogi, what happened in Kogi, let me quote her. She said, it was premeditated murder, meant to distort democracy, to abort democracy. And it is an offense against democracy, and the charges should be stronger than it is. So given that, should we allow what has happened to happen? Because it was done particularly to the woman, because they know that she doesn't have balance, women don't have balance of terror, and the women don't have power over. At best, is power with. So we need to look at issues of violence more closely. Many offenders are going about as if they've not done anything wrong. If we look at violence from the perspective that structural violence, emotional violence, sexual violence, threat, psychological, and the rest, then we'll be able to aggregate all these challenges we have itemized under this and begin to try it. The good thing is that I think today, except if the other paper changed, this VAP Act 2015 is being amended, and Section 23 has been historically under-enforced. Political violence. You have violence against by state actors. We have 26 acts of violence. So what is stopping us from enforcing this? As long as we allow everything to go this way, it will not be good for women, because women will be discouraged, like Barrister Berry said. I am a survivor or maybe a victim because I'm frightened. I was a contender in 2019 election, but I'm so scared because of the little violence I have seen. Dr. Sarah Jibril, the first female presidential candidate, was once asked, what are the greatest experiences you share? The greatest experience you have in election? She said, is violence. They said, okay, describe it. And she said, the only person who has the record of the act of violence perpetrated against her is the Holy Spirit. So how do we retrieve the record from Holy Spirit and begin to document? To the extent that we have stories of people who are able, who have gone through violence and are willing to speak, and we have structures to back them up. So we have Professor Joy mentioned earlier that we need legal backing. So we have this document. So why can't we use this document? The act of violence is real and it affects everybody, whether you are a voter, whether you are a supporter. You as a media person, if you interview somebody a contender does not like, comes after you. Tom is a victim, could be a target, and Timothy will be a target. All of us could be targets. So how do we reduce violence? Because violence are there that are particularly targeted at women because they are women. So it is not the same for men and women. Thank you very much.
There's also a definition for doing the same thing all over again, unexpected. You don't want to do that. Thank you all for the fresh perspective you've brought. Very briefly, introduce yourself. Our candidates, I'm Honorable Aisha Shikuri, member representing the I come from the state. Issue of violence. My only comment is I wanted the panelists to propose solution. What do women do out there? And as a victim, I want to tell my young politicians, those who mentor, that the solution is one: do not be afraid of violence. Do not create violence, but do not be afraid of violence. That's it. Thank you very much. I mean, it's very simple. We will say that election itself is violence. And once you part of politics, then you have to go through the election process. You don't have to be afraid. Be part of the process. Just one last question before we wrap up. One, okay, actually only one hand up. Yes. Introduce yourself, very briefly.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Mine is emphasize more on religious leaders. Religious leaders really need leaders to shed light on representation, on female representation, because I can find that because my opponent, what he used on me is use religion. So my young our young politicians, you guys should always go to the religious leaders and find out what their religion has said about female representation. So please, we should include it and we should emphasize on it. It's very important.
Yeah. The stereotype that we had to move. In wrapping up, may I get your prediction on what you think the female participation will be in our next election in 2023? At the moment, we're currently holding around 6-7%. And I'd like to start from the extreme end and then work it out my way. What's your prediction? Are we going to increase women participation or are we going to see a decline? What do you think? Give me a percentage.
Yeah, if we act out of the box, if we don't approach this matter like just as we have been doing, we will be able to achieve 50-50. And if we're able to ensure that we are able to name and shame perpetrators of violence, it will be able to give us even a higher number. So I'm very concerned about the level of violence that is not acceptable.
Barrister, can you? I'm surprised that I really said to people, and I think, no. Are we not confident enough? I tell you, what we need is legislation. Once there is positive legislation supporting women's political participation, why not? It will be 2%. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm not really that perspective. I am currently, first of all, and I'm not blowing my children. I have delivered. I have completed 11 schools in 2 years. I have provided 16 transformers, 18 boreholes, facilitated through federal government. I have empowered over 5,000 women, men, youth. I have a scholarship scheme that has sponsored to the university. Go online, my achievements are there. There's no guarantee I'm coming back in 2023. There are men who are battling me as I speak with everything to come in 2023. I'm the only female rep from Oyo State. I represent only other constituency in Oyo State. And I will tell you, unless parties, political parties have a policy, regardless of legislation, that the women we have now that are performing, we will keep. It is going to be a battle to get the numbers they are looking for in 2025. And that is the reality. I don't want to be a party pooper, but let me tell you, I believe one of my highest personal costs every month is my personal protection. I cannot go into my constituency unless I have the manpower, and I would say man or woman power to protect my life. I don't want people knowing where I'm going to sleep every night. So yes, let's not lie to ourselves. The violence is real. If I go into my constituency now, they're expecting me tomorrow in 2 days. When I'm coming, nobody knows I'm coming. When I'm leaving, nobody knows I'm leaving, or how I'm leaving. The violence is real, and I'm sure my colleagues here will say it. We're living it every day, but we cannot allow that to deter us. We have an agenda we must achieve, and that agenda is that we need more women, not because women are better than men or men are better than women, but women nurtured, and Nigeria needs to be nurtured. We are at a critical stage. Patriarchy or no patriarchy, we need to achieve it. Sorry, I'm taking more time. We need funding. Instead of us talking, let us set up a fund. Identify particular women who we know will deliver and be there to fund their elections. The men have the money. We don't have the money. Thank you. The Madam Chair, but Madam Chancellor, what do you think?
Yes, thank you very much. I love it.
I know.
I am a police officer. So I wouldn't know, but then what I can assure us here is that in the police, they are women. They are mothers. And that's why we are here as advisors. We're building capacity among, as I said earlier, among our gender desk officers, building their capacity to ensure that they are able to effectively respond to violence, issues of violence against women. Nigerian women and other security agencies, we have a forum where we meet, we call Women in Peace and Security. The issue is about gender-based violence. And we are all working round the clock to ensure that this menace is cleared. So we are solidly behind all of you to ensure that you have an enabling environment to compete very favorably with your male counterparts. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Any percentage to that?
More than what we have now.
Government should exercise political will in fulfilling its gender policy. We have this policy, such as the 35% affirmative action, and of course, many others. But having been spoken about, it is fantastic. It's a huge document, but I saw some of it. Overall, what we have established on this panel is that it can be done, and the country with more women in leadership position is better off for it. Thank you very much again, members of the panel. Well, finally, allow me to commend all the men that stayed behind on this call to listen to us. And we do hope that you will act and help us push this agenda as well, because we cannot do it alone. It is common sense that if you want solutions to the problems facing all of us, you cannot leave your better half or your people half out of it. Thank you once again for being here and listening.
Thank you very much. Let me ask this one together for a group photograph. As we do that, ladies and gentlemen, we're in a democratic era, and so we're going to ask a democratic question. You were meant to go for lunch at 2, and as you know, we were all ready to start at 8:30, but we could not do that. Would you mind, just so that we keep the passion and the momentum, that we just finish the last 2 panels, and then we all just retire to lunch? Those who agree, say aye. Those who do not agree, say nay. More seriously, ladies and gentlemen, we'll just plead your indulgence just so that we can finish up and we can reward ourselves with food. And as you also know, at the end of the evening, there's a networking reception that is there, food, drink, for us to marry, to discuss and to engage till 6, 7 o'clock. So we'll please like to pay your indulgence. Let's press forward. This is an important event. These are important discussions. Let's finish it and let's get it done. I'd like to invite to the podium the moderator for the next event, my good friend and sister, and of course, many of you know her only too well, the Mark will be Yusuf from Panel Television. Mark, your panel begins now. Can I please invite Dr. Adnero with Aida Muto? Oh, of course. My senior on the conference. Analyst, Dr. Otiri Umuzo, the Chief of Staff to the Deputy Senate President and the Founding Executive Director of the African Center for Leadership Strategy and Development. My brother, my friend, my colleague on many levels, you're most welcome. We would like to invite Mrs. Esther Egubemen Michelle, the convener for Women Arise Development and Humanitarian Initiative One. Again, another small and please come to the stage. Our brother Awal Musa Rafsanjani, Executive Director of the Civil Society Legislative Advocacy Center. Rafsanjani, are you in the room? Yes, I see you coming. Another brother, ex-colleague and comrade. Okay, and we are expecting Honorable Abike Dabiri Nerewa, but we are like to also call on Barrister Zena, who are former FCT aspirant and the founder Women Aspire. Dr. Ojobo, Dr. Anero Aida Ojobo. I'll ask one of my colleagues to please help me find. I know I saw her in the room earlier on in the day. She's meant to be introducing and opening this session. Can I ask my colleagues to please ensure that that should have been just outside of the podium.
I was going to bring that document. Yeah, I'm bringing it now.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We voted to continue this and say that we will have lunch much later. But I want to know that we're all in this, and I want to say a warm good afternoon to you. So if you can hear me, just say good afternoon and let me see your hand up. Fantastic. Because it means that we're still having a conversation, and I want to know that the members of the audience that this distinguished panel will be speaking to are still very much interested in the conversation. Plus, I have to point out that I think my panel is the first panel to have men on it. So please, do give it up for the men on this panel. And the conversation we're about to have is very interesting. It's one that I find, as a panel that deals with solutions. I don't know that, yes, the previous panels did try as much as possible to talk about solution alongside the problems, the challenges we've had, challenges that women face in politics. And the second panel focused heavily on violence. And these are problems. So the question is, what are the solutions? We've had a few. The professor who spoke to us on Stockholm talked about how policy is not the way, that we have to now go through the path of legislation. And at this panel, at this conference, we've been told about the few bills that are the National Assembly. One of them, proposed by Honorable Moya Jocha, she's spoken extensively on it and has the support of the Speaker and a number of other people. But I want to tell you what I felt about that bill. I'm a journalist. I'm sorry, let me quickly introduce myself. I'm a journalist, just in case you don't know. I work with Channels Television, and I co-anchor a breakfast program where we analyze a few of these issues as they come up. And I can tell you that when the bill which Honorable Onye George spoke about came up on the floor of the House, my immediate reaction as a journalist was division. I was torn. I was both happy and sad. Happy because it was seen that the House was finding creative ways to try and get around the problem of getting more women into the National Assembly. Sad because it was seen that the only way to get more women into the National Assembly was to include special seats for them. And I thought that was problematic because on the one hand, we're trying to reduce the cost of governance. On the other hand, it would seem that that's about the only way we're going to get called to this table. If we did not bring more seats, it would seem that we might be left out anyway. I do not know if my panelists have had time to go through a few of the bills, perhaps citing the problems with them. I mean, that was what happened to me with that particular bill. There have been a few others that have caused controversy and have made me really, really upset. And I'm free to express my opinion here because I'm speaking as a moderator and also as a woman and a journalist. And also, we given different perceptions about how those bills are received. The gender equality bill that was proposed on the floor of the Senate had a different set of reactions. I'm very happy. I think that was what they call the Mijin Haja controversy. We have Haja with us this afternoon. Before we go into how those bills have been received and how we can continue to create an inclusive legislative environment for women in politics. This is very specific. It says ahead of 2023 and beyond. Let's quickly take the experience of Barrister Zainab Bubamarwa, who is the former FCT aspirant and also the founder of Women Aspire. Please, madam, you have about 2 minutes to quickly share your experience and whether or not you think the legislation might have helped you in the process.
Thank you. I do share your concerns over but I think that was before I actually went to fight that election. I want to run for a political position in Nigeria, and then our experiences are very, very particular. But sitting here today, I don't have any of those reservations. In fact, I welcome them. Barrister Fendu spoke about, power not being served a la carte. But I think women have reached a position right now where we don't care if it's served a la carte or not. We're not in it to keep fighting and struggling for our way. If they can devise, this sort of way and means of giving us what we've been clamoring for, I think that we've earned it. It's not going to be something that has been easily sought after. And you talked about the Mijin Haja issue. So Mijin Haja in the North is when a man is seen to, be at the beck and call of a woman. And what happens with traditions and customs in Nigeria, unfortunately, is that in positions where men actually stand up for women, they are called Mijin Haja. And really, it's a derogatory statement and no man wants to be called that. So it makes men even shy away. So, answering this question of creating an inclusive legislative environment for women, looking at 2023, unfortunately, the various bills and acts that are there are
actually standing for the equality of women in this way, but then there are parts of the Constitution that are not justiciable. And when you look at things like the Electoral Act, you can see that all of the things that we gave for them to do for us were not done. So I think that we should even go back to the political party for them to use their own powers and the houses of Assembly and State House of Reps and the Senate to leverage their own authority and force political parties to actually make it easier for women to run.
So, to ask more specifically, what was your experience like? And do you think that education would have helped, assuming you were available at the time you were running?
Oh, absolutely. My experience when I ran was, like running uphill. The odds are more so stacked against us than for us. So I believe that if there were legislations out there that would maybe pick and choose some women that could actually get the candidature, it would have helped a lot. Giving women slots at this point in time would be what I would definitely have wanted. That was what I was alluding to at the beginning. So it would be something that would have helped push myself and the others like me, because I'm actually also the national coordinator for all the APC female aspirants. And we've come together and we've talked about having legislature that would push us, that would just serve as a gaslight under us. And it would definitely be helpful. I don't think any woman would say that it wouldn't. The only issue there is like the women that don't want to be handed the power. They want to struggle for it. But again, I repeat, I think we've reached a time now where we are not worried about that. We are actually waiting and hoping that the power would be served to us a la carte.
Thank you very much for sharing a bit of your experience with us, Barrister Zainab. Let me quickly ask Dr. T.J. Gozo, who is the Deputy, who's the Chief of Staff to the Deputy Senate President. And a few of the bills on the floor, on the floor of the Senate, concerning changing the narrative, concerning ensuring more women participate, not just in politics, but also, get elected into political offices, are being sponsored by the Deputy Senate President. I'm sure you'll have special insight into some of these bills and will be able to share with us. First, I want to ask you, what exactly is the legislative environment? Is it more receptive? We've heard the House, they're the ones in charge of this one, and the women vouch for the Speaker and a lot of their colleagues saying that they support them. However, I do not know if the mood is the same in the Senate.
Right from 1999, there has always been an attempt to bring laws to improve the participation of women. And there has been 4 alterations of the Constitution, but none of them has succeeded. But in every attempt, there is always an increased number of legislators supporting the amendment to favor more participation of women. And I want to appeal to Maokbe not to be sad about these laws, which are meant to reserve seats for women in the legislature, that in the House of Reps, and the one sponsored by the Deputy President of the Senate to reserve 40% of seats for women and youth at the State Executive Council and the Federal Executive Council. We must recognize that the challenge of participation of women is a global one and is historical. In all countries of the world, the time that men started voting was different from the time that women started voting. In Nigeria, men started voting in 1923 after the Clifford Constitution of 1922. And then not all men, very poor men, were not allowed to vote because the Constitution prescribed that for you to vote, you will show through your tax receipts that you earn at least £100 a year. In 1946 Richard's Constitution, the property qualification was reduced to £50. It was not only the 1951 MacPherson Constitution that the property qualification was removed for men, but only men were voting. The first time all women voted in an election in Nigeria is 1979. So, all over the world, efforts have been made through advocacy, through protests, through various means to increase women participation. But everyone now recognizes that the best way is through putting it in the constitution. That is why today, Rwanda has 63% women at the lower house. Senegal has 42%. South Africa has over 40%. Burundi has 36%. It is only through constitutional amendment that you can have that happen. The environment today is better than it was in previous amendment processes because of the efforts of the Speaker, because of the efforts of the leadership at the Senate, because of the efforts of the chair of the Constitutional Review Committee, who is the Deputy President of the Senate. However, I'm not sure whether at the moment we'll be able to have that critical number two-thirds to effect that change. So what we need to do is not to be sad. What we need to do is to mobilize and make it costly for any legislator to vote against women participation, either in terms of the reserve seats in the legislature or the reserve seats in the Executive Council.
Thank you very much for your submission, Dr. Ibuza. What I wanted to know more specifically is this. And when I did say that I was sad, I wasn't sad because of affirmative action. I was sad because we had to include more seats. The bill that the House is proposing for constitutional amendment is suggesting that we need 111 more seats to be added to what we already have in the National Assembly. Do you see that as a problem?
You know, we've studied cost of governance. And if you work in the development sector, you work in the anti-corruption sector, you will know that the cost of governance is not the remuneration. So yes, it will increase the number, but the benefit will outweigh the cost.
That's the prayer.
It's not a prayer. It's a statement of fact.
That's the hope. That's the hope that we have.
It's not a hope.
Okay.
It's a statement. Look, let's be clear. Statistics are very clear that whenever women participate in governance, you have more allocation to areas that will affect the life of the people, such as education and health. There are several studies that have shown that.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
I'm not contesting that, but talking about women in governance, women in politics, there is somebody here who I'm so happy and very privileged to be able to introduce to this panel. Honorable Abike Dabe-Erewa is finally here. Ma'am, you're welcome to this panel. You're welcome to the program. Please, a warm round of applause. I know just how busy her schedule is, working at LeadCom. She's been a vibrant member of the House, a three-time member. And now she's giving her all at LeadCom, where she's currently serving. You're welcome to the panel once again, ma'am. But I'm going to quickly come to you, Mr. Ramsey, and you just talked about when people work in development. He worked for a long time in development. He's still in the field of development, currently tracking corruption and transparency in government. First and foremost, I would like to know how much, because Dr. Booth already told us that, is going to be very difficult for a number of the proposals we have now in terms of bills to gain traction in two-thirds of the states of Nigeria. And that's what we will need to make a constitutional amendment. Nonetheless, we have to mobilize. How optimistic are you that people will continually see the importance of having women? I can't see your face, so I don't know whether you're understanding my question. They will continue to see the importance of having women enough to be able to push those bills through in their state House of Assembly, from what you know.
Thank you very much. Let me say that since 1999, society organizations have been championing the cause of constitutional amendments that will also see improvement of women participation in governance, not only just in elective position. And through constitutional CFCR, we've engaged constructively. Unfortunately, because also there's one gap that we also noted, because even on the current discussion that is going on in the National Assembly, the legislative advocacy, especially from the women, appears to me not really be too much enough. If you want to engage in a bill, and this I'm taking from experience, is something that you cannot do one-off thing. So from the process, from the first day that the bill is received up to the last day when it is assented by the president, there must be continuous engagement, at different levels. And what I noted is that, with due respect to so many, women groups, is that sometimes they don't really follow up with those processes. And a lot of conversation, a lot of discussion will happen. And even at the public hearing, you need to do follow up. After the public hearing, if you don't do follow up, most of the recommendation you propose may not even see the light of the day when the final report is written. So I'm saying that there's need to, even for the groups, women groups, to intensify effort in terms of engaging constructively with the legislative advocacy. Now, of course, with at the state level where we have major challenge, where many groups are not actually able to even have voice or to even have the attention of the state houses of assembly, there's need to mount, serious advocacy engagement at that level. We could also do a lot in terms of engaging the political parties, because the political parties, they have caucuses in both assembly, whether at the state or at the national level. If there has been consistent advocacy at political party levels to also buy in the idea, it will have been difficult for members in the assembly to ignore what their party is saying. So we need to get the buy-in of the political parties. We also need to get in the media to continuously engage this issue. And then, of course, at the individual level, we have seen how powerful some women are. They could also use that. I remember we visited Madam Jonathan when Jonathan was president, and she was in agreement with us that, look, she needs to do everything possible to talk to her husband. And her husband was listening to her. We also have some governors who have their wives who they also listen to them, notwithstanding, the insinuation that some people are saying they are women rapper, but, they actually listen to them. So all I'm saying is that it is possible if we constructively engage at local and state level, galvanize pressure, engage them constructively, it is very possible that we can get the required number, because there's no way. The women, they are the one who actually are doing the campaign. They are the one who are coming out to do the voting. If the women decide to say, look, from now on, unless you do X, Y, Z, we will not also vote. Why should we continue to reserve women only for gathering women and do the meeting and that is the end of it? So they need to really consciously, they need to engage, and they need to make sure that they engage in dialogue. And for me, if we do those things, it is very possible at the state level we can also get the number that we are needed. But let me also make this submission. Today, notwithstanding, and I appreciate what the Speaker and the Deputy Senate President are doing. But today, I tell you, if there is that overwhelming support and interest to get this bill passed, I am telling you, it will not take days. They will have been able to. In fact, nobody wants to offend the Speaker as a House of Rep member or as a Speaker, as a Senator. You don't want to go against what the Senate President will say. So it is very possible for them, not only in terms of commending them, it is very possible for them to galvanize more pressure. So let's increase engagement with them. If the Speaker say, I am into this, no member, there will be, in fact, if you do it, it is at your own risk. Because if you open the Speaker, you will not even talk in the Assembly for the whole of the legislative calendar. Because you only talk when you are recognized. So if the Speaker is interested in a bill, I am telling you, it is very possible to mobilize the number within the House of Rep. The same thing also in the Senate. So let's increase our engagement with the National Assembly members. Let them show that, let them see that people are really, women are interested, and not only women, even some of us men. Because me, my first organization, it was Women in Nigeria. Any of you was there, or TV himself is there. That was the first organization I belonged to, Women in Nigeria. And that organization has actually opened window for me to even understand, the work that I'm doing today. So for me, let us, re-strategize. Let us constructively engage. If we do that, I can assure you that we will get the required number and we will have dealt with this matter. And Nigerian women would have automatic opportunity to participate in governance in this country, just like it's done everywhere in the world. There is affirmative action, even in America. Because the Black people, the marginalized groups in America, there was an affirmative action for them to also be where they are. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for your submission, Dr. Danny. Let me quickly come to Honorable Abikedabe. While you're speaking, Mr. Danny, it occurred to me that this woman wears many hats. She's the member of a political party. She run for elected office, now she's holding appointed office. So let me quickly ask you now. Because we talked about how we must engage with the media. We must engage with political parties. At the level of political parties, is there sufficient engagement? Because it's one thing for the House, and members of the House belong to political parties. When they're pushing bills, they feel very strongly about them. I do not know if that level of engagement is happening at political parties, especially with regards to getting more women in offices. We've seen that of youth, but we haven't heard enough about women. If you tell us what the experience has been.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me. Actually, not that I came late, I wasn't even aware of the details of this program. There was some form of communication, but it wasn't detailed enough. But as soon as I told you, told me when your name was being called, and since my office just received it away, I said, let me just be here, because anything for women, we all support one another. So, thank you, Mokwai. I'll answer your question very quickly, but before then, I'll just say that it's not really in Parliament. I want us to be very realistic. It's going to be tough. And it goes beyond, if you don't like the speaker, or if the speaker, it doesn't work that way. It's different than that. So there needs to be more awareness, more mobilization, and more backing from the general public. I was in this hall yesterday at the CIBN conference, and we spoke of women in leadership. And some people actually said they think the bill is not going to fly. So there's a lot of work to be done to ensure it works. And I hope the work has started. In terms of your question, my answer is no. The two ruling parties, APC, PDP, and the other smaller ones, are both not doing enough in terms of genuine, and I mean genuine encouragement of women in politics. That is my honest opinion. So even my party needs to do more. You have to go beyond populism. Do we need to force the hand of the political parties? Is it possible to force the hand of political parties through legislation? Is it possible? It's possible even without legislation. That's what I'm saying. You see, legislation is the law. With legislation, you don't have a choice. But hopefully this legislation will pass through. So with legislation, you don't have a choice. And yes, you can force, if I don't have a choice once the bill is passed. But I remember the bill I sponsored on something like this about stopping discrimination against women. It didn't fly because it just wanted it. Are we truly as a nation sincere about getting women into elected positions? For the political parties, I think there should also be more. Those countries you are talking about, it's not even legislation, it's the political parties and the system that made it possible. And when we argue, they'll tell me, show me the women. That's another thing. They'll say, where are the women? We keep talking, where are the women? And we should ask ourselves those questions. So the women are there, we also need to come out, we need to speak with one voice, we need to demand. It's a demand we must make. And we need to let it be clear that if you have women in this position, the society will only be better off for it. Period. So we have to demand, we have to work at it, we have to push for it, both legislatively and with the political parties.
Where are the women? Are you saying that women are very joining political parties, or that when they do,
the elites do not participate? When you go to campaign rallies, I don't see women like you. You're working with, artisans, market women. They're the ones that come for ward meetings. You have to start at the ward level. They are the ones you do at ward level, at local government level, and that is what it begins. So first thing is, let's think to ourselves, the women need to get more involved. When I spoke with female bankers here yesterday, that's what I told them. Particularly the younger ones. Don't just sit back and say, I think it's difficult. I mentor a lot of women, they tell you it's difficult. Nothing is easy. And nothing big comes from people who think small. So if we are serious, I can give you 20 men in this world, I cannot 20 states. But how many of us are coming out to leave our comfort zone, including you, Mokwe, to leave your comfort zone on television and say, you know what? I know I can do it, I'll take the risk, and I know I can succeed. So I need to have a model there. To continue to inspire, and definitely an example to continue to uphold. But it's instructive when she says that, the women, especially the elite women, are not showing up. What we're looking at is creating an inclusive legislative environment for women in politics. We can't legislate women, we can't force them to join, can we? Or do we have to do that as well?
Well, I probably would, my response to what Honorable Abike said is that we can have the legislation, but the legislation is not self-implementing. Is that the legislation is just the law on paper. And what you find is translating that law into practice for it to be accessible and for it to translate into substantive platforms for women. There's a bridge between both. And it's that bridge we need to recognize. And that's why it's a global issue, is that all countries, in fact, most countries have constitutional provisions, but they do not translate automatically. It's not automatic. First, at the party level, and in Nigeria, most of the parties actually have a policy that says they will put X women, they will support X women, but there is no mechanism in place to hold them accountable to the policy that they say is on their manifesto. And so who should play that role? You've got a gap between the legislature and INEC, which is the regulatory agency. How do we ensure that the laws that we have, the ones we are proposing that look so noble, that they will actually translate into reality? Because we're not alone. The countries that have come this far have come by putting in place incentives for women, building capacities of women to be able to navigate in those territories, putting conditionalities for the parties, funding, passage of your list, that the list you send must reflect your policy. Otherwise, it goes back to you. Without that array of mechanisms and systems in place, yes, we will have a law,
But like you heard in the last session, are we sure that that law will automatically guarantee that the women will be there? Unfortunately, from what we see around the world, it may not be so.
Well, some people will argue that indeed the law might not implement itself and it doesn't necessarily mean success at the end of the day. But some people will say at least it gives them tools.
Oh, yeah.
It gives us tools to work with and to hold political parties and even whatever state institutions accountable.
It's a critical next step, first step, in that it guarantees you the right to demand. So when there's a law, there's a basis for a demand. There's a basis for women to be there. And you can actually say, we have a right to be at the table because these provisions have been made. But the caution is that passing the law is the first major step. But many other steps, as we hear, need to go along with the legislation for us to actually see the translation of the transformation we're looking for, including incentives for women, conditionalities for political parties. Like you find there are terms about political parties not getting a certain percentage, losing their registration. It's got to be that kind of interplay where political parties know that if they do not advance women as candidates, they're likely to lose their registration or to lose the constituency that they control. So it's those checks and balances that need to go along with the law for us to actually begin to see the change that we're looking forward to.
Okay, what I would also like to ask is, and I don't know if you have experience in this, why is it that we don't see as much engagement? I mean, I think both of our, almost all of our panelists have talked about the need to engage. And Mr. Rafsanjani says that sometimes you hear about this bill and then we don't hear about it again until maybe another time when it comes up on the floor of the House. That there needs to be a constant engagement. Why do you think it was seen that there seems to be a law? For instance, let's take that of the House, where this landmark, groundbreaking proposal has been made to have 111 seats. One would think that it will continue to be on the front burner, especially because the National Assembly is just coming back from recess. It needs to gain momentum, and you know how it is in Nigeria. It's one day, one trouble. So one day, one issue. Let me not say trouble. One day, one issue, and your issue can easily get overtaken if you do not find ways to keep it on the front burner. What must women do to keep those issues on the front burner?
Well, I think part of it is what we're having, the dialogue, but we do need financing. We've heard it over and over again. You need social media, you need platforms to engage, you need meetings round the clock, consultations, you need lobbying, you need powerful lobby groups and people down to the grassroots, because the members of the House come from constituencies. What's the mechanism in the constituency there to ensure that the representative there is held accountable and told, this is important for us. If you don't, you won't get our vote. So it's that kind of, we must triangulate it and ensure that all the different tiers of government voices are there. That means there's a popular ownership of the drive. Then the political parties will see they'll see the signs that this belongs to the people and we want their vote, and therefore we have to yield to their demand. And so we've got to bring more people on board. You need resources for that. Meeting halls, campaigns, dinners, banners, social media, women grooming, being able to speak publicly and being able to hold their own and say, I stand for this. All of those are issues that really they have to go on pari passu, side by side. And therefore, who's going to resource it? Who?
If not the women.
Exactly. If not the women or private companies or interest groups, where are they? Where are the financiers, the people who will say, I'm backing the women, and therefore I'm willing to pay for all of their consultation and all of their advocacy and their mobilization?
So let me quickly come. We're going to have just 1 minute each, or about 30 seconds roughly, to quickly, wrap up our thoughts in terms of what we think needs to be done. Because I'm trying my best to even on this matter of creating an inclusive legislative environment for women. Dr. Eguzo, you have seen that indeed, we have seen that there are interesting bills on the floor. Lots of them you know about. One of them, which I find very interesting, is the one which should allow a woman when she's married to be identified from the state of her husband. even though we've seen a few women elected from the states of their husbands, it was seen that there is still a need to push for it and make it legal for a woman to have, is it dual stateship now? Or,
yeah.
Should we say dual stateship or dual citizenship? Well, I don't know whether there's a need, there is, we'll see, a need, but we've seen how even judges, the judge in Cross River, after serving for how many years, he was suddenly remembered that the wife was supposed to be chief judge. Oh no, she's not from this state, it's her husband that is from here. And you know, these are the kind of things that we see after a while. What do you think, or as we now wrap up, what are your closing thoughts in terms of what we need to do more to ensure that when women, under the women now, these bills to allow women participating more come on the floor of the National Assembly, members are more receptive towards it?
I think the first thing is that those of us who are pushing for it, both men and women, must understand that these bills are meant to cure problems that we have. We must also understand, you know, there are many ways, policies, national policies, policies by political parties. But experience across the world shows that the easiest and the best way is through putting it in the constitution.
Yeah.
Nigeria since 2003 has a gender policy that 30% of all appointed positions, but we know that it has been observed in the future. What will happen is that if it is the constitution that a certain percentage will be reserved for women, if women do not occupy those positions, the National Assembly will do it. When it is in the law, that when we are doing these progresses, for instance, you need state delegates, one of which should be a woman. But looking for women,
the question is what to do to make men more receptive to ensuring it passes to be inside the Constitution.
Yes, that's the point. The first point that I'm making is for us to understand that this is necessary. The second thing is what Esther elaborately dealt with. We need to mobilize because, as I said earlier, all the laws that have been altered, all the constitutional provisions that have been altered in all is 1999. There has to be some form of consensus, some form of agreement that this should be done. For instance, the North Young. If there is any interest group section that opposes it, it is unlikely to happen. So what we need to do is to have a movement from now to when it comes to the top for the passage of it, lobbying, reaching out to our legislature. And when there is a whole swell of movement, then it is the only way that it will succeed. If it is just conference like this and we go away, we will not have the physical movement. Remember what I said earlier, that since 1999, there has always been attempt to bring law that will increase women's participation. But it has not succeeded because we do not reach the threshold of third majority of the legislature. However, in each situation, we see increasing number of legislators supporting it. And there is a policy moment right now because the leadership of the National Assembly are supporting this movement. We need to latch on to that, do a lot of mobilization, involve the media, political parties, women's organizations to ensure when the law is made, nature abhors party, the women will come out.
And I think that on that note, I mean, I would really love to take closing comments from my panelists, but we're totally out of time. And I think that you have wrapped it up nicely in terms of how we need to include, these things into the Constitution. I think a few of what was said is that there's been a challenge of participation, not just in Nigeria, but globally. They try to chronicle for us just how even women, when women got the right to vote, globally and also locally. We've also talked about how increasingly there is more support, especially from men, and you can see that with the men on my panel. They've been here this morning. I have to thank you both especially for being on this panel. You say engagements must be continuous, and we need to get the buy-in of political parties. And then we also we need to know how to use the media. I must encourage women here, especially women lawmakers. Please reach out to the press. When they reach out to you, find a way to, I don't know how to put it now, get your voices heard. By all means, do not shy away from the media. I'm sure that if I call our correspondents who cover the National Assembly to tell you their experience in terms of getting a hold of women to come and talk on national issues, not just women issues, national issues in the media, it's a problem. So please, do not shy away, because the few of you that are there, you're not just representing your constituencies or yourself, you're representing 50%, at least 50% of this country. So please, do get your voices heard. On this note, I have to congratulate those who have put this together, because this is one way to continue to keep the issues of women on the front burner. But let me quickly thank my panelists who have graciously come for this conference. Honorable Abike Dabiri, we thank you so much. She is the chair, CEO of Nigerians in Diaspora Commission. Dr. Tibe Iguzo, Chief of Staff to the Deputy Senate President and founding Executive Director of the African Center for Leadership Strategy and Development. Esther Egobami and Michela, who is the convener, Women Arise Development and Humanitarian Initiative. Thank you so much for coming, ma'am. Our Musa Ratsujani, who is the Executive Director of Civil Society Legislative Advocacy Center. Sister, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the end of our panel. Thank you so much for a warm reception. Very, very thank you. The mask is here. Wait, I don't have more. I wish I did. I can give you my number.
Okay, group photo quickly. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I put that with Senator Berman. It's supposed to be a call. I had to move it.
Look, I can even imagine the number of things you move just for this.
Thank you all very much. May I invite the moderator of the next panel? Ipi Oyekole. Ipi Oyekole, we cannot miss you. Yellow is the color of immigrant. I'm sure that as we're all looking forward to our long debate lunch, this yellow color here will keep us optimistic.
Hello, women. Hello. Well, I'd like to talk about the women because
I'm a gender sensitive journalist. That's how I like to introduce myself. My name is Ife Onyebile. I'm an investigative journalist. I'm an author. I'm a media trainer, a consultant, and the executive director of Women Awareness for Sustainable Empowerment Initiative. And it's very key today that I'm moderating a session where we'll be talking about finance. We've heard about all of the things hindering women from attaining their full potential, talking about women in political leadership. So we're going to be talking about the how. How exactly should they position themselves to actually raise money for their campaigns? And you're going to hear testimonies, of course, stories of people who have actually raised it. We'll be talking about those who have actually helped people raise money to, achieve their dreams or their aims in politics. Something has actually changed, talking about this session, and you get to find out what that is. So here we're looking at campaign financing, mobilizing critical financial and other resources for women ahead of 2023. And I'm happy that we're talking about this. Let me just quickly welcome those who will be taking position here, who will be taking their seats here. And I want to start out with Onyinye Belinda Ndubisi, a gender and human rights program lead at the UNDP Nigeria. Do we have her? Thank you. As she walks up here, let's tell you that she has over 17 years of professional experience in management of international development programs focused on governance, human rights, gender, and women empowerment and livelihoods, public health, access to justice, education, youth empowerment. It's a long list, but we need to cut it short. That's exactly what it is that we'll do because we're running out of time. Let's also call on Mrs. Mufuliat Hijabi, the CEO of Nigerian Women's Trust Fund. Can we put our hands together for her? Let's call on the country representative, Westminster Foundation, Adebowale Olorumola. Then we have Tijani Wade, the partner, Visuals. Tijani is the founding partner of Visuals Technology. That's a consulting firm specialized in policy, political campaign services, and data solutions leveraged on technology. Let's put our hands together for him. It's also a panel that actually gives us the opportunity to hear the men talk about it. There's no way we can get to do it without the men, that's the truth. And we've listened to quite a number of persons here today. Some things have remained constant. Legislation is important. Elites don't come out to register or even vote, and that's the truth because I've monitored elections over time. People are just in their homes watching TV, they're on their phones, they don't come out to register, they don't come out to vote. But when you have them go to campaign, the women are looking all wonderfully dressed and clapping behind the men. I'm just hoping that some of these things will change. We also heard here that low participation of women in politics is something that we cannot overemphasize here. Then we talked about finance, the war chest. That's it. Do women have the war chest? Which is the reason why we're here today. I'll start off with this. The former US President, Jimmy Carter, said campaign funds or contribution to candidates is an accepted fact. And it says it's a kind of bribery to candidates. Legally, that's exactly how we put it. So ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome you to the panel.
All right, before we go on with this, I'd like to call on the chair of this panel today. I understand something has changed. We were supposed to have Honorable Tolu Lokwe, but of course she's been on another panel. So we're having with us today Honorable Olaifa Jimo Ilori. Let's put our hands together for him. For those who do not know, he's the Deputy Chair, Committee on Lake Charge, member representing Egbado North in Meko, Federal Constituency of Ogun State, at the Federal House of Representatives. Let's put our hands together for him. Right then, let's quickly talk about that. That's Honorable Olaifa Jimo Aremu. Let's have that. The Deputy Chair, Committee on Lake Charge, and member representing Egbado North. So much has been talked about here today, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll just launch straight into this. We cannot talk about bringing more women into political leadership without talking about the war chest. While people were talking, I was asking the question, where are the rich women in Nigeria? You hear about the men, they have godfathers, they have people who sponsor them when they decide to run for elected positions. What is happening to the women? Well, let me start out with the gentleman from Vizor. What exactly, because we're talking about how now, what do you think that the women should actually put forward or look out for when they decide to run for office? How do they deal with that idea of raising campaign funds?
Thank you very much for having me on this panel. I think that, like everything in life, this has to be in bite-sized chunks when women decide they're going to run for office. It is true, men have access to a war chest. It is true, men have access to a godfather. But what that is, in summary, is a contract, self-interest. Men have somehow managed to convince other men that their position in office aligns with the man sponsoring self-interest. So the thing women have to put forward first is the what. What do you bring to the table? What is in it for me sponsoring to sponsor you to office? Yes, I know that there have been people on this panel that have talked about raising money, other women didn't, back them, etc. That's fine, which is why the next part of this is bite-sized chunks. We can't start running for office and say we're going for the highest office in the land and you're going to raise money on your first try. That's not how it works. In fact, we've been going back and forth on legislature. It is true. An easier way to go through this road is literally have women take over the National Assembly. Everything you want in legislature, you can get. And more importantly, it is cheaper to go through the assemblies than to go straight to the highest office in the land. So for us in the business of advising policymakers and would-be politicians, we always put this forward. What do you bring to the table? Clients come forward and say, we are going to create jobs. That resonates with private sector. If I know this guy is committed to jobs, I know he's committed to creating an environment that makes me make money in whatever space he's in. That is an example of a what. More importantly, we're a global village. What we develop and create here, we can trade elsewhere. So we shouldn't be shy about what it is we're offering. We shouldn't be shy about the network that we're bringing forward for whatever it is we venture into in this particular space. So for me, put the word forward. And another thing women must understand is you have an advantage that men can never have. You honor contracts. Politics, at its very basic root, is a social contract. Human beings abdicate rights because they know leaders are going to do X, Y, Z. Women, historically and presently, honor contracts, which is why microfinance started with women. You are in a better position to tell a man, listen, I put this on the table as the what, you bring the financing, and he's going to trust. It is more likely that you will honor your contract than another man. Put your word forward, honor your social contract, and we can go from there. Thank you.
Honor your social contract. When it's about money, it's important for us to say it as it is. And let me quickly chip this in. I'm actually not happy that the people who should be hearing what it is that we're talking about They've only just come here and delivered their speeches and they've left us to our fate. We're just here talking. All the things we're saying, will they hear it? So it's important for us to know that when issues like these are going to be discussed, let's find time when all of these people, and when I say all of these people, I'm talking about the speaker and every other person who has actually spoken here and there. Let them make time out so that they can sit down and listen to what it is that we're talking about. Now, Mr. Tijani just talked about the idea of bringing something to the table, and that's why I want to go to Mrs. Tijani. What do you think, about that when he says you have to bring something to the table? I'll share with you. I put up a post some time ago to say to women, it's important that you write your will just in case something happens. And someone came under that post and said to me, what does the woman have that she wants to put in the will? So you can imagine the thinking, the stereotype. So Mrs. Tijani, what do you think about that idea of women bringing something to the table before someone can look at you and say, look, let us put our money on this person?
Okay, thank you very much for having me. I totally agree with the fact that we do not vote for any candidate because she's a woman or because she's fitting that particular person. It's important that a woman should have what she's going to offer a constituency, offer a country in terms of having an agenda that she's going to follow through upon being elected or being appointed in any position. So the woman, of course, has a lot by virtue.
I'd like to also emphasize that women actually do have very strong social networks that they can plug into. Now, this is linking into the issue of campaign financing. Women with their social network can actually build a social capital and also have in place a social structure through which they can sail through the process of emerging as elected representatives, and through which they can also survive upon being given appointed position to be leader in certain fields. So I'm of the opinion that women from the background they come from can utilize the social network around them to raise the much desired resources in terms of competency and in terms of having funds to fund their campaigns. Thank you very much.
These social networks I've been talking about. Before we came on here, I was speaking with someone and she said to me, just as Honorable Abikenabri Erewa said, the elites don't come out. Now you come out to contest for a position. They're saying to you, you've gone to school, you're educated, leave this for the illiterate women. How do you expect such women who have no idea what you're talking about, social networks and all of that, how do you think she will leverage on that?
I'll still go back to the fact that the men are actually utilizing the social networks of women to emerge as elected representatives. So what the women need to do is to have a reorientation to utilize those networks of mobilizing, of connecting, of raising resources, of providing the necessary back to which they give to the men and return it back to the women. I'm not saying that they shouldn't continue to support men, but they need to have an understanding that that support should be for both men and women who are qualified to be in governance, because we need equal representation and inclusive governance process to be where we need to be as a democratic country. So the social network we're looking at from the grassroots, as has been mentioned earlier on, in terms of how women get on the ground to mobilize support for particular candidates. Women have a way of reaching out to one another and getting information fast, and also defining the agenda of this is the person we stand behind. We know that once women stand by certain candidates in an election, it's always a fruitful solution, because they're able to get that candidate to be where they have to be in terms of giving their votes to such candidates. And when you talk about ideology as well, the moment women identify with something, they run with it. They run with it. You talk about women, who also are not so much concerned or bent or changing their ideology because of resources. They look at what we've invested in them over the years, and they identify the need to always be where they have to be at a particular point in time. And when you also look at when women have the opportunity, they are there, they are there with the level of knowledge they have, and they are advanced in terms of the kind of mentorship support they get. They also are able to move a step ahead. But we have been affected, as women in this country, because our social networks are not directly positioned in terms of understanding the fact that in a governance process, in a democratic process, the ideology of supporting candidates should not be turned towards a particular direction.
All right, let me put in there and bring in the chair. That's Honorable we just talked about what it is. It should not be channeled. If we look at it, when you see the people that you work with, because you came from a particular place, you have people that you work with at the local level and all of that, what would you say sincerely is the level, when we talk about women participation, how much would you say that finance is actually giving that, women from coming out to
money, all the time. A woman who is deciding to go into politics must have included here in her administration. She must have been interacting with grassroots people. Go back home, mix with them, demonstrate some obvious capabilities that for you to come out and say you want to test, you ask about your technique. What has she been able to do in the past? What's the capable of doing? What would she currently do? She must have been must have been
I'm not sure, Professor, should I agree with what it is you talked about. I've had a conversation we have actually attended up a lot of times on radio and of course on TV. And she says to me that you have no idea what this is expect of you when you come out to say, this is who I am, this is what I want to do. Everybody's looking for the man with the watches.
Yes, the simple reason is that the woman has a lot of factors mitigating the Many of such factors have been discussed here today. We are talking about religious education, traditional education. What is the position of even the husband?
towards the woman going to politics. Because women are being stigmatized in various forms. Think all of these cases named all in the name of politics. The perception is that a woman that goes into politics is more likely to become unfulfilling, even by the husband.
How are you changing that narrative with the people that you work with?
We need to impact more on public enlightenment. Aggressive for that matter.
All right, let me come to, I'll come back to you, Honorable. Let me come to you again, maybe because I thought she was shaking her head as it is. What don't you agree with? What it is that Honorable Arimo has talked about? Thank you very much. First of all, politics happens at the level. Politics happens in the women association where people contest to be just president. In the August meeting, you know that they are president and it's a lot of politics. So why would a woman be tagged when it comes to big politics under her constituency? That is yet to be answered. Now, permit me, Honorable, to kind of unbundle what you said here, which I'm wondering to ask you. How do women make money? Let me take you again to the campaign study of this electoral site. How can a woman have that kind of fun? And I'm very sure, Honorable, that when you were contesting, we already knew who your financiers were. I'm very, very positive that we got support from different people. While I appreciate the fact that Honorable mentioned about aggressive campaign, permit me to say that why would women be used to leverage or to fast track a campaign process? How wouldn't you use women to put on that leadership position? Now, I'm not saying women should beg for leadership. From the home, we are leaders. From the home, we wear kids, and the kids are leading. If a woman does not raise you well, you won't be very far. So it is inherent that leadership. Let's bring this home. Let's look at how women can actually raise the funds that they need to pursue their dream. The issue here is that we have some policy issues that are not bringing us to the line. Example, at the level of when financiers need to say, well, I can afford that. I need to achieve need my consistency. But I do not have. But when a financier who sits there, who knows the ambition of the group, begins to imagine the whole bottom around putting resources from the free portion of the because of structural barriers, because of structural bottlenecks. So when there is consensus for agreements, people will come up. But again, let me also bring to the very beginning our female leaders. It's also a fact that we need more balance. But it's also very pertinent to say that, like you said, I know that I or the government gives resources. I was asking someone I know who have that information. And I want to cite that in Afghanistan in 2013, there was a legal framework that was set. 30% of that should go to women who are on child care, school fees. But today, that's no longer. That's no longer. Of all their own, you're also not thinking that I'm recognizing because of the bigger people. You're not talking about the expression of expression. You're not talking about the registration, which is Which is why I truly don't agree that they should give funds to women. I'm one person who believes that women need to get their 5 for a shot and get what it is that we want. By the time men keep handing you things, they will never value you. So if you're not going to be committed, if you are doing it, and that means you can't push it. All right, now let me go to Mr. Adebowale. With all of the things that I've said that we've talked about here today, do you see more women participation when we talk about leadership positions or political leadership as we inch forward to 2023? Because I think the conversation should start. Do you see more women stepping forward and finding people who will truly support them? It's easy for the men to find those who will support them. But that's the question I want to put to you this evening.
Okay, thank you so much for that question. But before I go to that question, I just want to quickly talk about fundraising and the importance to women participation, not just participation in politics, but participation generally in politics. The fact that we established that whether you're a man or you're a woman, you need money for the politics.
You need money to tell them that you want to step into the market water.
Okay, particularly if you are protesting for election. Now, the fact remains that people give money for 2 reasons. One, if you ask. If you don't ask, you don't get. And 2, because you give. Now, the truth of the fact is that we've gotten to a point at which crowdfunding, which we spoke about before, has become more or less like something that doesn't happen in this country. Actually, can happen. It has not been happening because there has been a gap between political parties and the people, as well as the candidates and the people. Political parties don't ask the people for money. Why? Because they have access to big donors. People who will give money. People that I call political investors. They put in their money to get their food. It's not about the issues that we are there to address. Now, to talk about women going into politics and whether they get support, I am very positive that
financial support.
Okay, I'm 100% positive that if women will find capable women in politics, and it goes back to
there are so many capable women. You don't need to look for them.
Now, it goes back to what we have been discussing before, and what you also mentioned, the fact that we don't have people who are able to run offices, go to contest election. We had the Honorable Dabiri, challenge the moderator earlier on. To go into politics, we need more capable hands in politics. Now, to answer your question, we need get funding. Funding, whether we like it or not, is a highly skilled area. And you need a competent fundraising. Now, if you want to raise 20 million, I just want to break it down. Leaning on the hint that the speaker, Right Honorable gave this money, which is very key for anybody who wants to do with politics. Go to your constituency. Get in touch with the constituents. Whoever is going to give you money needs to know you, needs to know your value, needs to know what you're striving for, needs to trust you. You must be in touch with your constituents. You can't be in Abuja and running. That is going to
expect the people in your community
to support you. Now, about whether we will get funding. And we look at funding when we say 20 million as very huge. And that is where crowdfunding is very important. If you look at 1,000 for instance, and you are a candidate that is in touch with the grassroots, 200 of your constituents that you meet with regularly, they give 1,000 naira. That would be how much? 200,000 naira. Now, if 2,000 constituents gives 1,000 naira, that is going to be 2 million.
I heard somebody say line that.
We need to leave the conversation. I heard that also. But what I'm saying, it goes back to what we have said.
Yes.
You must bring issues that people can relate with to the table. You must stand on what they are passionate about.
All right then. It's unfortunate that we have to end the conversation here. I would have thought that this issue of finance should be among the very first things we talk about when we're looking at encouraging women to come into politics. But I hope that there will be an avenue where you get to reach the people here so that you can get to speak with them one-on-one. Let me thank you, all of you, for being a part of the conversation this evening. But whatever it is, let us understand that we really need to support ourselves. Whether we like it or not, people say that women don't support each other. I do not agree, because I think that is a narrative that men push to make the women fight and quarrel. I've had a lot of women who have supported what it is that I'm doing. And I'll share with you, many of the women who reached out to me when my husband passed in 2018, these were women I didn't know from anywhere. They only saw it on social media, and they reached out. Some have said, would you like to do this? Would you like to do that? So we need to stop pushing that narrative. The first lady of the state has talked about the idea of, the wrapper, that you have to use it to cover the woman, whether it's about her emotions, whether it's about going into politics. If you have money, reach out. This is the time that women need to begin the crowdfunding that we have talked about here. We cannot end this conversation and talk about it in just 30 minutes. And I'm hoping that this conversation continues from when we live here, our homes, our offices, and everywhere that we find ourselves. Thank you for your time, for being on the panel, and thank you so much for listening.
Thank you very much. We please ask members of the next panel to take their ready. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to, first of all, our moderator who did a brilliant job of the rest. Thank you very much indeed. We know these are topics and issues that we cannot solve in a few minutes, but we would like you to please know that tomorrow is where everybody gets a chance to speak and to talk more in depth about these issues. May I start encouraging our next set of panelists to please come straight forward to the floor. We are delighted today to have the chair of this session is going to be Dr. Anara Dutu. The chair and the moderator, so she's going to what am I missing? Well, while that is going on,
the last one, then lunch and close.
Let me use this opportunity to start inviting Ms. Tarik, who is a media professional, TV producer, and politician. Who is the executive director of policy and legal application center platform Walmart. Then, my sister, the director of Center for Democracy and Development. and she has been the former assistant, the former defined as a political aspirant for the National Assembly in Plateau State. We'll encourage you to all please come forward so we can immediately start today's the very final session. Before we do that, we would like to have some preliminary words said by participants who is offline.
Good afternoon, everyone. I refuse to be on the podium because it's inaccessible to me. I refuse to be carried, and I'll protest it. Yes, next time, podium should be for conversation. Having said that, this panel is going to be focusing on rethinking Nigeria's political architecture, creating an enabling environment for women. What are we doing to create an inclusive and participatory environment for women in politics? Women constitute 50% of Nigerian voters, and yet we are still clamoring for women inclusion in the political space. For women with disabilities, we are at a zero level.
Yeah.
Article 29 of United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities talks about political inclusion. And in the Disability Act, Article 6, subsection 29 and 30 also talks about the right to political participation for women with disabilities. This is very sad that we are not being carried along, we are not included in political activity. Yes, it's a good idea of the 111 seats that we are advocating for. How can we make sure we do not look at the negatives or the positives? If this is achieved, at least there will be women inclusion in the political space. We need to start thinking towards the direction of legislation, gender budgeting, disability budgeting, and other issues that will make sure that women and women with disabilities are included in all agendas and all political activities. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. The ammunition, the way that it will well placed, and every institution, every form of infrastructure should be built to be able to accommodate all people and to be as inclusive as possible. On this note, it is my pleasure to hand over to the moderator of today's.
Thank you very much, Dr. I appreciate that. A very warm good evening to everyone. Thank you for your patience. The hall may have emptied out, but the fact that you are here shows that you are committed and dedicated to making change happen. So I commend every single one of you for it. I think you can fabulous. Welcome, welcome. And before continuing, it's my great pleasure to welcome chairperson for this final session, Honorable Aisha Dugu, who is chair House Committee on International Affairs. I'm pleased to welcome her because she did not remember, but I worked with her. Yes. When you were a minister, it's a small world, and you're most welcome. I remember how passionate you were, and you're still very passionate with the comment that you made earlier on. So it's a real pleasure to welcome you, and thank you for the great strides that you're making. And what I'm going to do, yes, go on. What I'm going to do is to invite you to set this last session, the theme for the last session in context. Rethinking Nigeria's political architecture, creating an enabling environment for women. And after she sets it in context, I will also have 1 or 2 words, because I noticed that I didn't actually mention why I'm doing this. So, over to you, Maria. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And commend my chair and Amiga and all the distinguished personalities here. We are going to talk about enabling environments for women participation. I think that is a foundation. Are we getting there? Are we doing the right thing? Where do we get there? We need to look at that. For you to participate in countries, you have to create the environment first for yourself. You have to be the one to create the environment first. And how do you do that? You have to have the passion, the stamina to contest. If you do not have the passion, you just want to be a follower by being, a politics, then you are not going to get there. You have to be passionate. And just the way footballers, the stamina is created in them, to participate and to play football. You have to create your own stamina also. That is very, very important. And then the next environment is your family. Your family is very, very important. Whether as a father, as a mother, as a sister, as a husband, that family is very important. That is where you go next. And you have to get the support of everybody there before you move out. If you do not have the support of any of these people, your father, your mother, your husband, or your wife, please, you need to go back. Because they will be your #1 challenge outside there. Now you have to have interest. Are you sure you're capable of standing all this, and crossing over all the battles? You have to ask yourself. Thirdly, you now look for the law. That is where we come in as lawmakers. We look for where the law is favorable to us, and then we hold it. And that is our #1 weapon. And you quite what Honorable Chief said. Our solution #1 legislation, #2 legislation, #3 is up to 7 times said legislation. And I'm happy to say that as the chair of the House Committee on Electoral Matters, that is INEC, I am very happy that one of the panelists is our key supporter and our sponsor on the amendment of the Electoral Amendment Bill. Glenn is our partner in progress, and
We've been doing a lot to make sure that we create an educational environment, especially for the women. For example, the issue of violence that was discussed this afternoon, let me say that we have 14 sections under the amendment of the electoral bill that deals with violence. So this bill, if accepted by Mr. President, will cover a lot of areas, and then all the fears that we have as women contestants, I think we are doing. Let me just give you a tip of the iceberg. Section 94, under conduct of political rallies and processions. This section says anybody that comes there with any weapon or anything that will cause injury, is liable to against action in the fact by maybe not cost the amount, but let me say be in jail for 12 months. For 12 good months and a fine or both. So, what am I saying? I'm saying that electoral amendment bill, each time is there with the electoral. Let me also say that it is friendly, gender friendly, because we have removed anywhere that is only a he that is placed there. We say it's either a he or she, or you put that person. We have made sure that whenever they see there must be a she. And that is just a tip of the iceberg. We have so many amendments in the bill that when accepted is very favorable for the so yeah, for now, and that's how my comments say about
Thank you for those destructive comments and your focus on family legislation and enlightening us on what is really Thank you very much for that. Now, because I want to be sensitive to time, I'm going to ask the same question to be answered by the different panelists and see what perspectives they have. Today has been a very exciting week. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. The comments, the strategies that have been discussed, the insights. And I just wanted to use this next 30 minutes to go a little bit more. So from your experience, from what your background, how would you advocate, recommend that we rethink Nigeria's political architecture? Those are key words, political architecture. And when you think of architecture, you're thinking of systems, you're thinking of superstructure, you're thinking of the foundation that you cannot see. But without the strong foundation, that building collapses. You're thinking of the people that will build what the architect has drawn, what the architect has designed. So with what you have said, I want you to start thinking, what will you help us here? So we have not heard since we expected to be the Congress board since this meeting, either from the experience or from this. And I'm going to start with I'm going to honor the issue. And questions are executive policy and legal advocacy. So on the legal advocacy sense that PLC and well known and well respected in Nigeria. So I'm very keen on hearing what you have to say about the thinking. And can you get us to think out of the box? How do you think Nigeria's political architecture? Thank you.
I think it's very
Saturday, very, very delighted to share as shown by our own political experience and distance, that the woman who represents the minister, full-time chairman of the committee on electoral matters in the House of President, as you have position of the most important committees in the House. I think that committee has shown great leadership in the responsibility of having today. That's why the chair is speaking very confidently about something. Positive development is now be elected, and hopefully the chairman that electoral will happen my sense of it is that if you're looking at restructuring the political architecture of the country, what we have the political architecture with the infrastructure to open themselves up to inclusivity. I think that you must reform the political practice to understand that the political practice system needs to be comprehensive, needs to work on two legs, with the man and the woman, holding parties. So you must look at what are the internal mechanisms for democracy to prevail? The impunity of political parties is something that we need to reform. Is that impunity that excludes women, excludes those who mean well, and superimposes on the political parties' dominance by individuals who are those parties for the self-interest. So we must go ahead. This is part of what is happening in the new electoral law. How do you ensure that the internal democracy of the party within the party reign? And I think because it doesn't reign, that's why faction as we speak. The ruling party and the opposition party as we speak. I'm not sure who the leadership in those parties are today. So you need to reform the party. Secondly, I think one of the most important problems of the civility and given the use of politics is a video which is what makes it work in the House of Representatives. Also, the Senate conversations around section 42 sections of the Constitution ensure that you open up the need for more participation. So we must complete the architecture of the Constitution. We must open up the Constitution to ensure while you're making sure about positive discrimination, that impacts such a way as the Constitution makes it possible for us to bring more women into the legislative body. The bill that is a temporary special bill that sunset the law 16 years, and then 16 years, I would coach that you have had a possible with the legislative that would mean that more women are confident for seats that are dominated by men. And I think that's really well. The executive was creating nominations for ministerial positions or electoral positions. Women very happy to ask the question, where are women? Because you cannot have a situation where women is talking women. So in terms of construction, it's different. As this moment,
in terms of democracy, the confusion, how do you expect most likely it should not be surprised that the confusion is seen because the nation is the public market and not the thank you for that comment. I'm not going to go to Karen. Taylor, a politician and former local government councillor Asco. I want to come to you immediately after Mr. Uwafo because of that internal democracy, the issue that you raised, and I think they're very pertinent. And I would like you to comment because we're looking at the political architecture, we're looking at the internal, as well as the external. So if you can give us some insight, how, in your opinion, after your experience, how do you start thinking? What are the new thoughts that you have to, not just think, but what new steps do you have to take? And what do you need to be resolved if you're going to arrive at national institution?
Thank you very much. So I ran at the local level for the office of councillor, and so they take about political architecture. Think about the various what makes up the field, what makes up the space. You know, there are various stakeholders. We have the electorate, you know, who are the very important, very important stakeholders in the process. We have the political class, which is also about, and then of course we have the systems and the processes, which is where INEC and ASEC, I ran in Lagos, and which is the State Electoral Commission and in charge of that process. So we have to look at all these different stakeholders and say that what do we need to redesign to make it a more enabling environment? You know, from the point of view of the electorate, what I found in my interaction, you know, going into my constituency, the Chiosa local government of North A, and interacting with people at the grassroots, people have lost confidence in our political system. There is no faith in governance. And people do not see government and the political systems as being able to solve their challenges anymore. I'm sure at some point in Nigeria we had faith, but now it's gone. So that is the problem. And as somebody who, even though it was my first time running for any office, I would go and they would say to me, all you politicians at the stage, you all make promises, don't deliver anything. So I was carrying the baggage of everybody who has ever gone before me, and they would say, you know what? We don't want to hear anything. You all are the same, they don't deliver. So we need to restore confidence. You know, we need to restore that public confidence in governance, in politics, and being able to carry the people along, which is why voter apathy is very high. Because people say, what's the point? Why should I come out and vote? It's decided already. So they don't really want to be a part of the process at all. And then when you now, you know, to restore the electorate's confidence, this now brings us to the INEC and the LASEC and the State Electoral Commissions. You know, a lot needs to be done. Electoral reform, I believe, should be one of the highest priorities, you know, towards 2023. I cannot sit here and say I was aware. I can't say that I suffered any barriers as a woman. I would be lying if I say that I did. I was very well received by the constituents. I mean, the minute I said yes to run, all sorts of doors opened up to me. I have no limitations whatsoever being a woman. The limitations that I found were in people's perceptions towards the political system as a whole. Because I was now perceived to be part of that system, there was distrust, there was apathy, people just didn't want to participate. And I believe that the electoral bodies have a lot, the role to play in restoring that confidence. We need to let people know that there is going to be more transparency, that their votes actually count, because that's the major thing. People don't believe that their votes count. So I feel that, okay, whether as a woman or as a man, even if there is an enabling environment for every woman to come out and contest, but you come out and contest,
What is the confidence that you have that this system will allow you to actually, actualize everything that you carry in your heart? So that's the problem that we face. I think that regardless of your gender, regardless of, the party you are coming from or whatever, if those electoral reforms are not implemented, we will always have a problem. The electorate are not being carried along in the whole process because they have just enough confidence. So I think that we need to think holistically about this process. We need to address what the challenges are from every stakeholder's point of view. We need to restore confidence in our political systems. We need to let people know that the state electoral bodies are not in the pocket of the ruling party, as everybody believes they are right now. So I feel that the more we continue to inspire this confidence, then the better environment there will be for everybody to participate, irrespective of your gender or whatever you are doing.
Thank you very much. Excellent comment. I think I want to say something at this juncture. And what I want to say is that what we're doing here is so pivotal and critical for the future, 2023 and beyond. Why am I saying this? Because of what Tyler just mentioned. If you listen carefully, she touched on three major issues that are affecting the political architecture of this country: the electorate, the leadership, political leadership, and the constitutional and electoral framework that govern the political system. There's a group, it's very interesting that almost every single panel that has been here this afternoon, there has been at least one person who's a member of a group called Fixed Politics. And it's our conviction that if we want to truly fix politics, we have to pay attention to those three pillars that Terry mentioned. It's not going to be one or the other. They've got to be done in tandem, they've got to be done in synergy, there's got to be a convergence, and we have to work really hard at addressing each one. So, an uneducated electorate is going to be suspicious of political leaders, no matter how good they are. Political leaders that are weak, that lack competence, and they don't know what to do, will confirm the fears of the electorate. And then you have a constitutional framework, or a constitution and electoral framework that is failing the entire nation. What is happening is that we have the problems on the current basis. And if you want to know the truth, Nigeria, like many of you, Nigeria is actually not doing great. And our body used to work paving. So what we're doing here is so important. And tomorrow, as we delve into solutions, some of those solutions that we're going to delve into, you can already hear some of them being highlighted by the panelists. So I'm going to now invite Lydia Kassan, who is the Director of Federal Democracy. And I know that people will take us a little further, push the boundaries a little bit more, and help us to rethink the next steps if we're going to be serious about redesigning the political architecture to create an enabling environment for everyone. Thank you. Yeah.
Hello, thank you very much, ma'am. And thank you very much, Simon. And you gave me the right to actually come in, particularly in this discussion we are having. And I'll give you a quick of the data sets, which we have just collected at the CBD, especially as it relates to women's political participation. Now, it's important to note, and she has stated it, that gradually societal norms are not as pronounced as the way it used to be, especially when you are coming up. The younger people get, the more they are not attuned to voting for, they are not against voting for women. At least our polling, we hold 1 year. like 4 different times so that we can be sure, and the report will soon be released. 82% came up to say they have no reason not to actually vote women into office, and they would really actually love to vote for women. Then what exactly is the problem? Women do not make it to the ballot. That's the first thing. So you have a total of, it goes beyond the 5% representation or 17% ability that we often talk about. You take 26,137 candidates vying in the 2019 elections, and only 2,970 are female, representing just 11% now. The problem itself is the problem of exclusion before the day of the elections. And where does it come from? It is the political party system, which Clem again has already referred to. Because before you get access, before you are even presented on the ballot, you are already excluded. So you are already excluded. I think these are important points to know. Then again, we come and talk about what about the fact that during the 2019 elections, we had over 90 parties. How come those parties were not viable for people to run under? Don't forget that out of all the presidential candidates, only 6 were female, and they ran on fringe parties. And these fringe parties are evidence again buttresses what Tari has now described again, which comes to say the fact that even when people go to the ballot and they see some of these parties, one, there is a lack of trust in the political system. There is not a lack of faith in the electoral system again, which is actually different from the political system. Then you rely on these parties. They say, even if I vote for this woman, she will not win the elections. Why should I go out and vote? And I think we had like 52% of people who said they again did not vote because they believe that this woman will eventually not to win because of the platforms which they are actually vying. And it tells us that political party is again the problem because they are the common dampening trust in the system. They are the one who lack the internal party democracy. And they are also the one who are actually making inclusion an impossibility. And by inclusion, we talk of inclusion of the young people who comprise over 50% of the Nigerian population, and women who are like 49% again of this population. It talks a lot that our work is clearly taught. We have to talk about internal party democracy in party, because again, when we look at it theoretically, it tells us that when parties are not institutionalized, the delivery of democratic dividends becomes impossible because they waste all the time doing all this internal fighting and not even able to articulate what they need or implement it they have. So how do we strengthen the political party system? I think it's top on the list of to do. Then how do we go beyond the two-party system, which remains still very, very relevant? Because it has been shown that all these other parties are not viable platforms. Tari contested on one in Lagos. She was a popular candidate. It was as if she was contesting the whole of Nigeria. But how many votes could she again get? Now, when it comes to strengthening political party system, building trust are very important. But getting women to actually be in government in 2023 would need 3 things to happen. And these 3 things are really interrelated. One, of course, is the law that we have spoken about, affirmative action. But affirmative action doesn't work on its own. On the African continent, with the exception of Uganda and Rwanda, who have been able to meet the total quota, all the other countries who had affirmative action could not even meet it. Burkina is an example. They did not even have any woman on the transition committee, nor could they ever meet the prescribed percentage. Even Senegal, that has the largest and the strongest women vote. So it tells something that must come with it, and that is the quota within the political party system itself. That is a must. but it cannot also be in isolation of having something in the Electoral Act that will be implemented by INEC that makes it punitive that any list that is presented by a political party must not have that quota of female that is required to be on the table. In the absence of these three interrelated factors, we might make some progress, but we might eventually still continue to grapple with the issue of representation. Thank you very much.
Very insightful. Thank you so much. We're running out of time, but Chica, it's my pleasure to now ask you to speak. And I wanted to sort of play actually mentioned, and that is the role for the designer of the superstructure, one of the key stages, because we haven't actually talked about them that much through the process of and that's INEC and other, I would say, stakeholders that are meant to manage, direct, and shape the political system. What do you think when you think about political architecture? What role do they need to play that they are not currently doing? And I know that you were a former aspirant, National Assembly party state, so perhaps you can also talk about the dynamics of the statement when we go into this operation.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. I know we're all tired. Good afternoon, everyone. To take it up from where that stopped, I think from my experience and from attending conferences and events, talking about the inclusion of women in politics and governance, one of the things that I feel women generally need to pay attention to is how sentiments determines who wins elections in our country. And I make bold to say that most of our elections are not won based on competence, it's based on sentiments. And for women to win elections, you need to understand how that sentiment is going to play in your favor. From my experience of running in 2019, some of the things that affect women emerging and from what affected me the most is that there's a zoning arrangement. And then people have this gentleman agreement, okay, from this region or from this ward, we're taking it to the next ward or to the next local government. And if you are to run for office and win, you need to understand the sentiment that plays around in your politics. And then here in Nigeria, we know that religion is a factor, ethnicity is a factor, region and all of that comes to play. So yes, we want to get women on the table, but do the women really understand how to get on the table? And if they do, what are the steps? What are the realistic steps that needs to be taken? The last panel, while they were speaking, some people were murmuring on the floor because they think that most of the things they are saying are theoretical. Is it realistic to tell your constituents to give you money in an environment where majority of the people are poor? And once they see an aspirant come to their area, oh, money is coming. Is it realistic to tell women that, okay, yes, you can go and contest, don't worry, you will win? What are the indices? What is the major thing that is stopping us? Issue of money has been mentioned all through the panel. That is why I will make bold to appreciate Electa for the new energy they are bringing into this game. Here we are talking about paving the path. From the context, from the topic itself, if we are paving the path, what are we paving the path and who are we paving the path for? It's for future generations, because success, they say, leave tracks. You can see what works and you walk through it. What Electa is doing now is bringing in young women, build their capacity and also fund them, which is very important. If we're talking about matching women's energy on the table, we should know that men have mastered the game, and they've not mastered the game overnight. They've started right from when when they were young. And so women need to take that approach as well. If we're talking of inclusion, right within us, we should not exclude the young women because they are the bridge from our present to our future. And if they are the bridge, then we need to pay attention to building the young women. Because if I ran in 2019 and I'm running again in 2023, believe me, 20 years being in the game, I will be running for president because I've already been in it and I've already studied the political space. And that is what men are doing. They don't discourage their young boys from running. When I ran, one of the things that the women were telling me was, oh, you're just too young and you're coming to show that you've arrived. But I kept even speaking to the women themselves. So it was a challenge for me. You're speaking to the women and you're also speaking to the men to understand that we're not in this game to say we've arrived. We're saying we want to learn the game and we want to grow in it. Because in this country, there are young women like myself that have already answered the call, and we're going to remain in politics for as long as democracy is practiced. So it is important while we are having the conversation to play the part to also pay attention to the young women because they are the future leaders that will have the energy and the financial muscle to run for president and run for governor. Thank you.
We stay the law, the best of the law. Come on, again. After that question, where are the women? The applicant mentioned, where are the women? I would have to catch them there. Right, actually, even from primary school, secondary school, what we teach, how we deliver quality education, civic education, making it exciting, making sure that the children know their rights and their obligations as patriotic citizens. That's where we start. Catch them young. And then the young women supporting them. And that's why I love, and you know I love elections. Honestly, they have to be thinking, they are reshaping, they are defining, and designing the election. And we need more elections to learn. And we think of every single aspect of that ecosystem. Because it's not going to be the same old same. You know what Einstein said? You can't solve the problem thinking in the same way, delivering solutions in the same way. So that's why tomorrow is critical. For those of you that can hear the sound of my voice, don't miss tomorrow, because that's where the journey is starting. And like we all agree, this is not a talk show. We've got to roll up our sleeves and make this shit happen. I am sick and tired of the Nigeria that we have. The pain of poverty and better poverty. You drive in the car and you are anxious. People can't eat. They're called to solve the problem, not add to the problem. And so I want to commend, honestly, to commend Madam Honorable Alana. Thank you so much. Thank you for your team. Thank you for the good work that you have done. Thank you for activating, for awakening, and making us alive. I was never in the political space, and I'm sitting here. I was a lady with a girl. I was a guy. But today I'm a transformation strategist. And I'm one of those that say, you know what, we're fixing Nigeria. So my guys, yes, we're fixing Nigeria. So if you want to come on this journey, let's do it. Let's make it happen. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very, very much, PCC.
Thank you so much, Chair. Oh my God, Wonder Woman. You're going to say the last words. Yeah. Please say the last word and then we'll close. I thank you to every member of the panel. You did great.
Thank you very much. Thank the panelists and our young politicians for very, very inspiring words. And I must say, I have not seen the representatives of the political parties in this hall. they ought to be here and listen to us because the problem starts and ends with the political parties. They are not the ones giving, they are the ones not giving the women the space. I'm sorry to say, even my party is one of those parties that is giving the position of the woman leader to a man. So they are not here. They need to come and listen to us. Please make sure tomorrow they are invited. Let them come and listen to us. Thank you very much, my chair.
Thank you very much. I guess you take it while that's going on. Shall we please again give them a loud round of applause? Right, while this is going on, a few announcements. I'm sure today a lot of issues have come before. We're thinking, creating, starting on trust, believing on trust, engendering trust, ensuring affirmative action comes into play, but most importantly, catching them young. I think the young people here have done so well. Shall we please again appreciate them? So the couple of announcements here. Tomorrow starts at 9 a.m. to 9 a.m. and we are going to be transiting to Lagos Osun rooms. That's the main building. Lagos Osun room tomorrow. Yeah. Tomorrow we focus on solutions. Everyone that has anything to say, we have the opportunity to talk to them everybody. So tomorrow we're going to be speaking to problem solutions, short-term, long-term, and those that are sustainable. Please sign up for which sessions you wish to attend at the registration desk. Please go to the registration desk to sign up for tomorrow. Finally, lunch and network reception has been merged and served. We will be accelerating. You will be directed to the upstairs. And don't lose your cards. So you can use it when you want to go out, so you don't have to pay. At the reception desk, please pick up a card, and that's it. Have we had a great day today? Can you please put your hands together for yourself?
And please, can you put a round of your hands together, a round of applause for the moderator of the entire event, our uncle, Ms. Mutima Kotuola. A round of applause for that, please.
Wow. Wow.
My name is Dakori Igbusina Konde. My name is Dakori Egbusinakonde, and I'm the ambassador for